summarize the previous part. Guild Tesoro, despite his immense strength, suffers embarrassment during Whitebeard and Shiki's intense battle in Golden City. Distracted by excitement, he fails to defend effectively and is mocked by Virgo, whose poor judgment adds to the chaos. Amid the destruction caused by the clash, Tesoro tries to contain the battle with golden walls, blocking the view of pirates eager to witness the fight. When Whitebeard suddenly defeats Shiki, the spectators, furious at missing the pivotal moment, turn their anger toward Tesoro. Their frustrations escalate into accusations, with pirates blaming him for their gambling losses at his casino. Chaos ensues as Tesoro becomes the target of collective outrage, symbolizing both the unpredictability of the battle and the volatile tempers of those involved. The event becomes a spectacle of ruined pride, misplaced blame, and the relentless power of Whitebeard. Party Popper, don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much, and I wish you all an enjoyable time listening to the story. This conquest of the waves gave Guild Tesoro a headache. If one or two pirates caused trouble, he would directly and violently suppress them. He could suppress them with his strength, but in front of him, there were about 10,000 pirates, causing trouble at the same time, which made Guild Tesoro's head spin. Originally, the world's #1 swordsmanship convention was organized specifically to target Whitebeard. Now, it hasn't caused any damage to Whitebeard, but instead it has suffered heavy losses. How hateful. Guild Tesoro, that's so cool. Whitebeard, I won't let you off, was slashed away, crashed through the golden wall, and finally fell into the ruins. The golden lion Shiki, from a pile of trash, suddenly let out a long scream. Whitebeard passed through the golden wall, appeared on top of the wall, observed the golden lion, extremely confident and domineering. This era's name is still called Whitebeard. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the ruins of the buildings on the ground were all controlled by the golden lion using its floating fruit ability, transforming into a huge lion that was tearing towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard grabbed the saber with both hands, suddenly flew up into the sky, waved his arms, domineeringly slashed with one saber, directly cutting the giant lion's head out from the middle. Boom, 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 8:30. The saber slashed through the ruins of this row of buildings. Countless ruins flew towards it. The vortex was swirling. Whitebeard pressed his hands under. The saber was in front, his body was behind. The descending momentum was fierce. The blade was aimed straight at the golden lion Shiki. Kim Su-tu saw wrongly, he knew, now running away. It was too late. He could only resist Whitebeard's knife. Chao-tu, Kagurashi and Aoda instantly rushed upwards, welcoming the blade attack. Shi! A deafening sound of swords clashing rang out. The horizontal block at the golden lion's body was more than a few dozen centimeters where Kagurashi was, struggling to block the domineering stance of the sword. Boom! With the two blades clashing as the center, a storm instantly rolled up. Countless ruins were blown away, creating a cloud of dust that filled the sky, and the ground was completely swept away by the storm. Poof! Another famous swordsman, Aotu, was the one who suddenly appeared when Kagurashi was blocking the sword attack and fatally wounded the obviously chaotic BCFF dead man. Seeing such a scene, Golden Lion Shiki's face suddenly revealed a long-lost smile. Looking at Whitebeard holding this out-of-famous sword in front of him, Golden Lion laughed. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, in the end, my skills are still a level higher. How is it, are you convinced or not? Starting to be complacent so early? You seem to be complacent too soon. Whitebeard's face was calm and composed, not panicking or flustered at all, even causing the Golden Lion Shiki to see a round of sarcasm on Whitebeard's face. No mistake, it is satire. It was normal. Golden Lion Shiki would definitely ask. What do you mean? But the dangerous situation before him obviously did not allow him to ask such a gentle question. Golden Lion, you are really confident. You think that with just one saber, you can defend against me, and you still have the greed to use another saber to sneak attack me. Whitebeard's face carried a calm smile, but his voice was unusually cold. Do you really think that? Under my hockey observation, your little sneak attack trick can succeed. At this moment, Golden Lion Shiki completely understood. Aoda injured Whitebeard, but it stayed on Whitebeard. Whitebeard intentionally injured him, using injury as a price, wanting him to be unable to control Aoda again, but changed to a Kagurashi, a single branch of a single tree. Perhaps it was just like Whitebeard said, there was basically no way to block the blade. Golden Lion Shiki's expression changed greatly. He completely understood. Maybe all too late. Boom. Whitebeard suddenly erupted from his hands an extremely powerful and domineering force. In a flash, the originally opposing Kagurashi, which was stopped in midair, suddenly pressed down. The originally resisting Kagurashi, like a child playing with an adult in front of him, could not withstand a single blow and was directly chopped down. The saber carried an overwhelming destructive force, fiercely slashing towards the Golden Lion Shiki, the top of his head. Boom, boom, boom. The World Sword Master said fall down. Slash down at the Golden Lion Shiki on the head. Even if the Golden Lion Shiki was in a critical moment, with all his haki covering his head, he still wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful and domineering force. In the rumbling sound, the Golden Lion Shiki was directly slashed into the underground layer. This is the ground, not the Golden Arena. Following the saber's movement, the Golden Lion slashed into the ground. In an instant, countless golden light emitted from the earth and rocks, shooting out in all directions. There was also a howling wind and loud explosions that seemed to come from the sky, ringing in the ears endlessly, extremely terrifying. Boom! Only then did Whitebeard fall to the ground, without any problem removing the famous sword Autu from his body. This moment. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp in a breath of cold air. Their bodies shaking at the same time. Fear. Never before has there been such fear. Whitebeard descended from the sky and slashed the Golden Lion Shiki into the ground. What a boss! It's really shocking. Whitebeard. This is really insanely powerful. There are people who are so amazed. He originally wanted to find an adjective to describe this battle in Whitebeard's haki. But after searching for half a day, he still couldn't find an adjective that could completely describe Whitebeard's haki. He could only use a jumbled mess. Haki is basically indescribable. As Shiki the Golden Lion was slashed into the deep pit, this battle, completely declared Whitebeard's victory ended. Whitebeard slashed 2 people in a row, causing countless people to be slightly terrified. But this battle did not really end. Golden Lion was indeed a legendary pirate from the past. Whitebeard was slashed into the ground by a saber tyrant, but did not die, crawling out from the deep pit. Oh my god! Shiki the Golden Lion is so powerful. Yet, he didn't die. Although it looks a bit miserable, in the end he didn't die. Withstood Whitebeard's domineering slashes and still didn't die. What a terrifying character. Many people became admiring. Kim Leo showed stubborn vitality. It's just that now he looked back at the broken head bleeding. A long golden hair had turned into short hair. A large piece was cut off. The most eye-catching thing was, wow! Everyone's eyes simultaneously fell on the top of Kim Soo-too's head. Possessing eyes were all extremely surprised. Not only that, but also filled with surprise, curiosity, strangeness, and weirdness. What are you all looking at me for? Even though I was defeated by Whitebeard, I still have plenty to spare. Kim Soo-too was extremely uncomfortable. He could be said to be in a terrible state right now. His head was broken and bleeding. His body was in a mess. Being stared at with such strange eyes by everyone, it was easy to think of contempt. Not wrong. Kim Soo-too saw that these people's eyes were full of contempt for him. He was originally defeated by Whitebeard, so he was extremely upset. Then, he was also despised by a group of people. This made Golden Lion extremely upset. Immediately after that, Golden Lion was so embarrassed that he became angry. He roared loudly towards the pirates watching the battle. Look back, I will kill you all. The pirates watching the battle in the outer circle widened their eyes and simultaneously raised a middle finger, pointing at the top of Shiki's head. Kim Soo-too frowned. Both hands touched the top of his head then. Kim Soo-too's whole body shook. He was terrified. The original top of the lion's head has been through several decades of steering wheel. Again. Not seen. Bringing decades of humiliation to the rudder, but under Whitebeard's sword technique that fell from the sky, it disappeared without a trace. Kim Soo-too once sought treatment from the world's most famous miracle doctor, and the results without exception came to the same conclusion. As long as this rudder is removed, there will definitely be danger to life, and death will follow. This makes Kim Soo-too estimate that he has been carrying this rudder skull on his back for several decades. It's simply humiliating. Unexpectedly, Today I was healed by Whitebeard with one slash. Shiki the golden lion was stunned. He even forgot the pain on his body, even forgot the bleeding wound on his head. Even the golden lion felt that losing to Whitebeard, not only was there not a bit of humiliation, on the contrary, he felt something he had never felt before. Very refreshing. Being tortured by Whitebeard, still feeling refreshed, I'm afraid that other than Kim Soo-2, there won't be a second person. Whitebeard, I must thank you. Kim Soo-2 was so excited that tears and snot flowed down from his heart. His tears were flowing freely, almost making Whitebeard kneel down. Being abused into this miserable state before my eyes. And yet, still have to thank Whitebeard. Oh my god. Is Shiki the Lion King mentally retarded? Outsiders could not understand the humiliation on the top of Jinsher's head. Could not understand the excitement in Jinsher's heart. They were all shocked by what Jinsher said. Being tortured like this by Whitebeard. And still looking at Whitebeard with a face full of gratitude. It's really terrifying. Is this the so-called Whitebeard charm? This is also the first time I've heard of a legendary level pirate who would still thank the enemy after being beaten. I even discovered a special kind of aura on the golden lion's body. Fresh flower bridge. I can feel the gratitude from the depths of Kim Soo-2's soul towards Whitebeard. Many pirates saw Kim Soo-2's demeanor and were all confused. This matter is definitely not a joke. Whitebeard looked at Golden Lion, his expression sincere, his voice like a thunderbolt. Golden Lion, be my son. I will make you rule the world. Kim Leo, be my child. Whitebeard's resounding hockey sound echoed continuously throughout the entire Golden City, continuously resounding. Everyone be quiet. Everyone was stunned. Even the Golden Lion Shiki himself was startled by his mother. Kim Soo-2 was really startled. He had known Whitebeard for so many years. Never felt Whitebeard was as arrogant as today. Never felt Whitebeard was as arrogant as today. Shameless. Kim Soo-2 even felt that Whitebeard intentionally wanted to make him uncomfortable, wanting to take advantage of him. In a moment, the gratitude that Kim Soo-2 originally had towards Whitebeard was completely gone. Kim Soo-2 is the arrogant and strong pirate on the sea. Let him go be a son. What a joke. Don't joke. Whitebeard. The golden lion Shiki abandoned the blood-stained golden hair, his face full of arrogance as he said, "You and I are both famous people who roam the sea. Wanting me to be your son. You think too highly of yourself. Painting. La 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 la." Whitebeard's sword in his hand flashed, the blade of the sword circulating with cold light. Aimed straight at the top of the golden lion's head, Whitebeard laughed freely. Either be my son, or go to hell to repent. I just reincarnated back. The name of this era is destined to be. Whitebeard. What kind of person is Shiki the Lion? He was arrogant all his life. Never been humiliated like this. He wanted to rebel and resist, but the person he was facing was the powerful and domineering Whitebeard. He previously claimed to know Whitebeard very well, but in front of Whitebeard, Kim Soo-2 discovered that he was wrong. Not only did he not understand Whitebeard's personality, he also did not understand Whitebeard's strength. Looking at the fierce gaze in front of Whitebeard, along with the shining blade, Kim Soo-2 dared to affirm that as long as he did not agree, Whitebeard would absolutely not hesitate to slash his neck with a knife. Failure to respond will result in death. Answer. Kim Soo-2 himself could not accept. 37. Kim Soo-2's heart was extremely uncomfortable. He thought a lot. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the other person's difficult situation. Thinking that Whitebeard would definitely be seriously injured under Shilyu's attack, then seized the opportunity, wanting to take the opportunity to kill Whitebeard, then. He tragically discovered that Whitebeard was not injured at all. Finally, Kim Soo-2 fell into the current awkward and uncomfortable situation. Golden Lion roams the seas. Once stood high and mighty like Whitebeard, looking down on the legendary pirates of the Grand Line, but now was forced by Whitebeard to be a son. His life has never been so tragic. Now Kim Soo-2 is extremely regretful. He began to doubt that his whole life of being good at scheming was a decisive mistake. How confident, how arrogant. How calm the once confident Golden Lion was, fell before his eyes to such a depressing degree. All because of his one wrong decision, taking advantage of someone's difficult situation. Wanting to harm Whitebeard. At this moment, not only is Kim Soo-2's heart complicated, faraway Guild Tesoro is even more complicated. The mighty Golden Lion Shiki. How could he possibly agree to such a shameless request from Whitebeard? Guild Tesoro thought to himself. He was actually a bit happy, because Whitebeard was domineering, destined to provoke more and more people, especially in front of Kim Soo-tu. Don't look at Kim Soo-tu losing to Whitebeard, but if Kim Soo-tu is currently desperately resisting, he can definitely add another round of serious injuries to Whitebeard. Guild Tesoro was constantly looking forward to it. The Golden Lion would run wild, then risk his life to strike, severely injuring Whitebeard, even causing Whitebeard to fall into a life-threatening situation. So it really is all happy ending. Guild Tesoro looked at the mess before his eyes, the ruins of the Golden City, and felt hatred. This was all Whitebeard's doing. The best outcome is that Golden Lion desperately resists and kills Whitebeard. At least seriously injures Whitebeard. Then I can take the opportunity to completely kill Whitebeard. Guild Tesoro was even laughing in his heart, but he didn't show it. Returning to the composure and confidence of the Golden Emperor, his heart was dark. Even if it doesn't work, Golden Lion still died at Whitebeard's hands. Even if he didn't seriously injure Whitebeard, the flying Golden Lion pirates will still seek revenge on Whitebeard. It's perfect. The more Guild Tesoro thought about it, the more excited he became. Whitebeard is really a domineering habit. He actually let Golden Lion be his son. He's really a habit of being arrogant and domineering. With Golden Lion Shiki's personality, how could he possibly bow to Whitebeard as his father? Guild Tesoro was secretly happy in his heart. Golden Lion was the legendary pirate who sat on equal footing with Whitebeard back then. Far away, the beaten Phi Lang Bai couldn't stand Virgo. At this time also had the same idea as Guild Tesoro. He saw that even if Kim Soo-tu had spent years grinding away the corners of his taro root, he absolutely could not accept being a fool. He was willing to bow to Whitebeard as his father. Whitebeard's move is completely wrong. He is too strong, too domineering, too overconfident, becoming self-righteous. Virgo thought so. He was expecting Golden Lion after being silent. Suddenly explode, fight with Whitebeard to the death, then seriously injure Whitebeard. Dofla. I can feel Whitebeard has such a domineering personality. Our great enmity can absolutely be avenged. Virgo thought of Doflamingo's tragic death in Whitebeard's hands and felt a pang of pain. Then he thought of how because Whitebeard was resurrected, the entire Don Quixote family was destroyed. He felt even more pain and hatred for Whitebeard. His hatred was burning. If he didn't know that his strength was not enough for Whitebeard, Virgo really wanted to rush over and fight to the death with Whitebeard. Virgo can only use his mind. Obviously, the process he used to use his intelligence, although dangerous, although a bit comfortable up and down, but under the eyes, will soon succeed. Shiki the Lion King was silent. Many pirates watching the battle were also quiet. Everyone's eyes fell on Kim Soo-tu. Everyone was waiting for Kim Soo-tu's answer. Refuse. Next will definitely be a desperate battle. That 1.7 fear battle will explode at the slightest touch. Even if the battle ends in an instant, the result still feels worth looking forward to. Respond, then it will be even more special. Even the powerful legendary pirate Kim Soo-tu was willing to become Whitebeard's son. Then on this grand line, who else could resist Whitebeard's pressure? Everyone is waiting for Kim Leo to reply. Kim Soo-tu was silent for a long time, then opened his mouth and said a sentence, causing the whole world to be surprised, shocked, and slightly terrified. I choose to join the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard. Father. Whitebeard. Father. According to the Golden Lion, Shiki said a sentence. The whole world is terrified. The whole world is in an uproar. Hong Kim Ton was in an uproar among countless pirates, stunned with shock. Through the live broadcast watching the remaining pirate battle, all were stunned. All were stunned. This. Golden Lion Shiki. In the past era, he was famous with Whitebeard, sitting on the same level as a legendary powerhouse, and yet became Whitebeard's son. Countless people exclaimed. They really couldn't believe their ears. Unbelievable. Too unexpected, surprising. Golden Lion impelled down in history. The first strong person to successfully escape, once made countless Marines lose their faces, the great pirate, and became Whitebeard's son. Not only was the crowd terrified, even countless pirates became frightened. This can't be real. This definitely can't be real. 12. Guild Tesoro's eyes widened, staring at the Golden Lion Shiki. He couldn't accept this reality. He couldn't accept it. All his previous fantasies had disappeared, all shattered. It was the cruel reality that told him this was real. The golden lion Shiki accepted to become Whitebeard's son. Guild Tesoro was shocked after that. He was even more resentful. It was hard to wait for a turning point that could make Whitebeard injured to appear. Result: this turning point is too exaggerated. Dafla, we are one step away from successful revenge. Virgo was terrified and even more sad. He really couldn't accept the truth. It was so uncomfortable. Whitebeard, this great enemy, now even more than the golden lion Shiki, such an extremely powerful son. It was simply like a tiger with wings, this time. How should he take revenge? Can we only put our hopes in the government world? New world, new Navy headquarters. Akainu, who was being yelled at by the 5 elders, paused slightly and also joined the crowd watching the live broadcast. At this moment, seeing the golden lion joining the Whitebeard pirates and becoming Whitebeard's son, he became even more furious. He was so angry that his nostrils almost spurted out rocks. You two great criminals, the extreme poison grenade. You really are on the same side. Red line above. The world of the celestial dragons, nobles in the city, known as the Holy Land of Mariewa. In the expensive palace, the 5 elders were also watching the live broadcast at this time. Seeing such a situation, for a moment also confused and stunned a bit. With the 5 elders' status, and abilities, it was rare for them to be stunned. With their willpower, seeing such a situation, they couldn't help but frown and reveal a look of surprise. Whitebeard is getting more and more crazy. Ignoring the time he was weakened by the heavy work just now. It's still really difficult to solve. Guild Tesoro, don't say anything. Let that little guy Vegapunk go deal with Whitebeard. The golden lion play Whitebeard below. Recognizes Whitebeard as his father. This makes countless people scared, but also gives Whitebeard a good time. From the whole world view, we group sentiment value. From Guild Tesoro, valuable sentiment. Come from Virgo, sentiment value. From the new Navy headquarters, Admiral Akaino, sentiment value. Coming from the Holy Land of Mariewa, 5 elders. 5 sentimental values. In a flash, the harvest reached more than 300,000 sentimental values. In fact, Shiki the Golden Lion made such an amazing decision after thinking it over carefully. Before Whitebeard's eyes has surpassed Golden Lion's understanding of Whitebeard. A brand new, even more powerful Whitebeard. Even Kim Su-tu had an illusion. He felt Whitebeard was not that time-corroded, critically ill Whitebeard, but the Whitebeard who returned to that year. On this piece of ocean, fighting for domination of the new world, that peak period. Although no matter whether it's the Whitebeard of the mysterious moon or the physical appearance, there hasn't been any change, but the strength he displayed is already at its peak. Even in terms of recovery ability, it's far beyond the peak. Shiki the Golden Lion was very clear in his heart. Whitebeard could safely withstand Shiryu's death attack. This level of ability had already surpassed superhuman perception. The reason why he the Golden Lion dared to affirm that Whitebeard was injured, 420, was because he and Whitebeard had fought countless times, knew Whitebeard's ability, maybe. In the end he was wrong. So that can only clarify one problem. That is Whitebeard's greatness. Whitebeard's resurrection, becoming even stronger. Maybe Whitebeard can really rule the world. This is Kim Leo convincing himself to agree on another aspect. Dominating the whole world is still Kim Su-tu's dream. Dominating the whole world, what a great dream. For it. Knowing Whitebeard this father, even though he is willing to be a subordinate, but it is not considered a loss of face awe. Moreover, Kim Su-tu also knows. The world's destroyers helped Ivor a lot. This in the era that was famous with them as a gold medal pirate, also joined Whitebeard's flag, becoming a famous sailor. Thinking like that, I absolutely do not lose face. That's what Kim Leo thinks in his heart. So he agreed. Kim Su-tu became Whitebeard's worst son. This shocked countless people. From afar, watching the battle of the Revolutionary Army's second in command, Sabo was also surprised. After becoming the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, he had a deeper understanding of the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, he could only sigh, as expected of Whitebeard. Sitting in the faraway Yuan Marine headquarters, the admiral of the Blackbeard pirates, Akiji, was also surprised at this moment. This era is still covered by the Whitebeard 3, except for Akiji himself. No one knows why he chose to join the Blackbeard pirates. Many people are speculating that Aokiji escaped from the Navy and became a Revolutionary Army agent in the Blackbeard pirates. There is also speculation that Aokiji used the world's highest government's intentions to hide in the Blackbeard pirates. Of course, there are also more speculations. Aokiji neither denied nor admitted it. It is possible that based on Blackbeard's crazy gambler personality, he definitely planned to gain a huge benefit from Aokiji. Otherwise, with Blackbeard's power like the midday sun, how could he allow Aokiji of unknown identity to join? On the other hand, one hand held a book with the cover printed with the Bible, note. Bible, Bartholomew. Kuma, under his glasses, his eyes flashed with electronic light. At this time, Bartholomew, Kuma, had been completely modified, losing his self-awareness. But still retained the only master sequence, guarding the Straw Hat pirate ship Thousand Sunny until a year later. Not knowing what sequence of operations was going on in his head at the moment, Bartholomew, Kuma's appearance was extremely confusing, causing people to wonder about his purpose, but because of the meatball fruit's ability and Bartholomew, Kuma's strength, no one dared to come forward and ask. On the other side, Fujitora Isho closed his eyes tightly, gently stroking the staff in his hand. A sincere and kind expression appeared on his face. A wave of fluctuating emotions. Beside him, there was no shortage of Marines who were also nervous because of that. Whitebeards displayed strength, becoming more and more terrifying. Now that Golden Lion had joined, it caused a group of Marines to tremble in fear. Mr. One Smile, Kim Soo too joined Whitebeard's army. Now Whitebeard is like a tiger with wings. This is a huge disaster for us. How should we handle this? Be quiet. Fujitora's low voice more or less gave this group of frightened Marines a sense of security. Shiki the Lion became the host's son, gaining 30,000 love points. The sound system in Whitebeard's head rang. It seems that Kim Soo too is truly giving in. Otherwise the system would not have prompted to obtain the love value. And it's even as high as 30,000 sentiment points, which also clearly shows the strength of Golden Lion Shiki. Currently with 40,000 love points worth, Whitebeard has no intention of using them all, temporarily keeping them at the crucial moment. Perhaps there will be some unforeseen gains. If you give in, then stand up. Edward Newgate withdrew his sword and turned back to his golden robe. Your pirate crew is flying. Do you choose to disband or join my flag? Shiki the Golden Lion was sitting next to Whitebeard, lower than the number one on the large chair, almost without hesitation nodded. The Flying Sky Pirates officially joined the Whitebeard Pirates. I will let you move all your power to the New World. All right. The Whitebeard Pirates will definitely dominate this New World Sea in the future. Edward Newgate said proudly, in the future, you will feel proud of your decision today. Across, having struggled to come out of his fear, Guild Tesoro could only grieve alone. Guild Tesoro suffered heavy losses. But in the end he was still frustrated and continued to preside over the explanation of this world's #1 swordsmanship convention. According to his inner thoughts, without reaching the end. This one time targeting Whitebeard was not considered a complete failure and still held a certain hope of success. Below, is there any other expert challenging the Golden List Great Swordsman? Guild Tesoro used the Golden Fruit's ability to eliminate the Golden Walls. Seeing the crack on the Golden Martial Arts stage, many pirates watching the battle couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Only saw Whitebeard and Golden Lion fighting through the Golden Martial Arts arena's underground layer. Each shocking crack appeared, one after another, extremely exaggerated cracks. It looked like the entire underground layer was about to crack. Shocking traces, causing countless people to gasp. This is not a geological stratum, but a gold creation. The hardness of the Golden Wall is known to everyone. The dense cracks that formed before their eyes were enough to show what kind of terrifying battle Whitebeard and Golden Lion had in the Golden Wall. At that time, through the thick and high golden walls, everyone could only feel the walls constantly distorting, but they had no way to personally see the intensity of the battle. However, the cracks left on the golden layer clearly showed how intense and shocking the battle was. No wonder Kim Soo too, after failing, chose to accept defeat. Seeing the golden crack on the stage, everyone gradually understood the Golden Lion's inner thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. Guild Tesoro used his golden fruit ability to restore the destroyed golden arena for the second time. The huge golden arena, Gujiao, was created for the second time. Guild Tesoro stepped on the golden pillar and automatically rose high up. The 2 times the strong challenged Whitebeard. Both times Whitebeard was the winner. Now, let's continue the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. Guild Tesoro's eyes glanced around at everyone, finally revealing a professional smile. Currently, there are 3 super rookies, challenging Whitebeard's rookie to death, choosing who they want to challenge the Golden List Great Swordsman. Ba. Everyone's gazes, following Guild Tesoro's voice, simultaneously looked towards the other side, where were 3 extremely powerful, cold-blooded and ruthlessly violent newcomers. Cold-blooded quick/fruit ability user Mr. Wondaz. Bones, holding a bamboo knife called One Sword Flowing Sword, made by Chiba Chu, Death Surgery Medical Dr. Trafalgar. Law. I want to challenge the Eagle Eye. The first to stand out was Chiba Chu. He used a bamboo knife to sweep across a high platform. His swordsmanship was supernatural. Absolutely worthy of the title of a sword master. Everyone originally thought that he would go challenge Whitebeard, after all, when they first saw Whitebeard and his aunt's swordplay. He also attracted a lot of attention. Challenge the world's #1 eagle-eyed swordsman Mihawk. This is also every swordsman's dream. What a swordplay feast! The world's #1 swordsmanship convention enters its final climax. From now on, each round will be filled with extremely exciting battles. Countless eyes are watching this battle. White. Eagle-eyed Mihawk stood up, with the black sword Yuru on his back. His entire body was like a sharp sword, and his eyes were even sharper. Sharp sword, sharp eyes. The eagle eye swept down. All the powerful pirates couldn't help but tremble. That is a pair of eyes even sharper than an eagle's eyes. In this piece of sea, there is a saying that describes the eagle eye. Stronger people will tremble just by seeing his eyes, worthy of being called the eagle-eyed man. Even though he was in the world's #1 swordsmanship organization, he was still called the world's #1 swordsman. No one knew how strong Mihawk really was, but everyone knew that at the peak of the battle, Mihawk had once killed all of the 7 warlords of the sea and pushed them into the sea. Even Doflamingo called the Eagle Eye the hardest to join at the top of the men's battle. One can see the strength of the Eagle Eye. He is definitely the strongest of the 7 warlords of the sea at that time. Guild Tesoro waved his arms and shouted loudly. His mood became boiling, his face full of enthusiasm. Next, let us witness a battle between the rising star Chiba Chu and the so-called world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Hawkeye Mihawk. Can he finally seize the title of the world's #1 swordsman? It will be truly announced in this world's #1 swordsmanship convention. Let us wait with bated breath. Wow! Chiba Chu and Eagle Eye appeared on stage almost at the same time. No matter if it was the Golden City or the world's major islands, the entire Grand Line, countless gazes gathered once again, watching this swordplay clash. Kurigana on the island. After cutting down 15 human ADR-01s, the exhausted Zoro, who was beaten up for the second time, along with the ghost princess named Perona, retreated to the Eagle Eye Palace to watch the live broadcast of the Golden City. This person left this place. Is it to participate in this world-shattering #1 swordsmanship convention? A green algae head Zoro, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, firmly said. Best not to lose the reputation of the world's #1 sword. The title of the world's #1 sword, I must personally snatch it from his hands. Zoro said that. But his eyes were seriously staring at the projection of the phone on the screen, not blinking, not wanting to miss any battle details. Zoro became strong-minded, never stopping. But in the terrifying triangle sailboat being crushed by Kuma's attitude to instantly kill, it completely stimulated Zoro's determination to become strong. But after being blown to this Kurigana island on Sabayati archipelago, Zoro calmed down and desperately practiced swordsmanship. For the first time, he cried and knelt down to learn swordsmanship from Eagle Eye. This time the world's #1 swordsmanship convention, Eagle Eye had once invited him to go together, but Zoro refused. Because he knew he must spend time cultivating, cannot waste any time cultivating to become stronger, he was even more clear how his own strength was. The gap with the world's #1 swordsman this title was not a river, but a vast sea. Instead of wasting time participating in the world's #1 swordsmanship convention, it's better to spend time becoming stronger. Use bamboo knife as weapon. Zoro's eyes fell on Chiba Chu, the rider of the bamboo sword. He remembered his youth, when he was a young man. Master Koshiro of Frost Moon Village said, "Any weapon can cut iron and steel. Even a bamboo sword. This guy holding a bamboo knife is not a weak person." Zoro's inner judgment was like that. Zoro also understood every next battle would be textbook-level battle. For his sword practice, it has a very good guiding effect. Mihawk's eagle eye left a projection on his phone at Karigana Island so that Zoro could personally watch the world's #1 swordsmanship tournament battle. Including the eagle eye's own battle with others, Zoro could learn from watching the battle. Mihawk's eagle eyes were always cold, only after being touched by Zoro once. Did he use all his strength to find the phone projection duplicate? Of course, a stupid person like Zoro would naturally not think of these things. In the room. Still holding the princess's pink umbrella, Perona flew back and forth in midair, sticking out her tongue like a ghostly little loli, making a special sound, cold and ferocious guy. Better eat a little more pain. Begin. Looking at the screen, Zoro's eyes suddenly tensed up, becoming more and more serious. His aura also naturally changed, like a straight long sword. Cold sword intent hidden in the scabbard. The eagle eye did not have the pretty Chiba Chu do, directly pulled out the black knife. That blooming light was cold. Fierce eyes looked towards the person behind. "You deserve my sword." Mr. Chiba Chu's actions were even more serious. That 1-meter-long bamboo knife immediately hovered on a layer of ink-black paint, his hockey armament. The more than 100 people he had surrounded and killed in the previous battle had never used his hockey armament. One could see the weight in Mihawk's heart, obviously far exceeded those 100 powerful pirates. In a flash, Eagle Eye's draw sword. His body moved. Even outsiders couldn't see clearly whether or not Mihawk's eagle eye had drawn his sword. They only saw a flash of dark light, like the black bolt paint flashing and disappearing. Following that, Mihawk's eagle eye appeared not far behind Chiba Chu dash. Quick, like a flash of lightning. Even the most powerful pirates did not see clearly the movements between these two people. The two people seemed to have a superficial exchange of glances, then separated. Crackle. Not far away, a crack suddenly appeared on the golden stratum, a smooth, flat crack. Like a tofu that had been cut open. "You are very strong." Eagle-eyed Mihawk turned his head, looked at Chiba Chu Lamb not far behind, calmly and indifferently spat out 3 words, "Next." "We must treat you seriously. You will probably die." "I am very serious." Chiba Chu made his breathing a little heavy, the hand he held the knife in. Where the joint appeared a stream of blood that outsiders could not detect. Just now with the eagle-eyed Mihawk exchanged a sword, only he himself clearly understood the level of danger. Retirement. Chiba Chu made this one time, choosing to take the initiative to attack. A sword slashed out, a 3-winged azure blackbird suddenly flew out, its momentum fierce. It quickly slashed towards Mihawk's eagle eyes like lightning, flying away. 1 sword flow. 3 birds. Facing the extremely fierce slash, the eagle eyes showed an unusually calm expression. Calm to the point of making people feel scared. The black knife suddenly pulled. Like the sword cutting water. A sword cut out. The slash attack like the silver vase suddenly appeared. Its speed was like thunder, extremely fast. As if they were silently clashing, the 2 slashes in the air passed by silently, but in the next second, the 3 bird wings turned into dots of starlight and shattered, while Mihawk's eagle-eyed slash instantly hit the target Chiba Chu. Even though Chiba Chu used his hockey-wielding bamboo blade to block in front of him, in an instant, a blood storm broke out. Facing the lightning-fast sharp slashes from the eagle eyes, Chiba was like a lone boat in the vast ocean. Absolutely no way to resist. His eyes suddenly widened. In this moment, he understood how powerful is the eagle eye Mihawk's strength. He and the eagle eye between the gap, like a wide moat. "I lose." Chiba Chu rider held a bamboo knife, standing straight on the spot. In front of him was a terrifying slash wound. Fresh blood was dripping down. He didn't even blink an eye. Behind the wound is the swordsman's humiliation. "He was injured in front of me, openly injured." Eagle-eyed Mihawk nodded. His nod undoubtedly acknowledged Chiba Chu's extraordinary strength. Chiba Chu versus Hawkeye Mihawk. Hawkeye Mihawk wins. Guild Tesoro shouted loudly, his eagle eyes displayed a powerful strength. Causing his eyes to suddenly shine, he was extremely excited and waved his arms and shouted, "Kill! Kill!" Mihawk's eagle eyes are closer to the death, killing with an overwhelming advantage. Winning. As expected of the world's #1 swordsman. The Golden City was filled with cheers. Hawkeye Mihawk's strength, no doubt. Strong enough to make people's hearts tremble. Especially the speed at which Mihawk's eagle eyes drew his sword, that kind of speed, was something he had never seen before in battle. No matter Shiryu, Golden Lion Shiki, or Whitebeard, they had never shown such lightning-fast slashes like an eagle's eyes. The world's fastest sword, other than Eagle Eye, it can't be anyone else. I wonder what it would be like if Mihawk fought Whitebeard? Winning or losing is unknown. After all, Whitebeard doesn't have any earth-shaking abilities. And the strength of the Eagle Eye seems to be bottomless. Just by swordsmanship. Hawkeye, can you defeat Whitebeard on the spot? At this moment, countless people cheered at the same time and discussed Hawkeye and Whitebeard together. Just by swordsmanship. No one dares to guess who is stronger or weaker between these two. Chiba Chu was carried down by someone, blood flowing down. Obviously seriously injured. It's not that he's weak, it's that the Eagle Eye is too powerful. So, next round. Mr. Wondaz. Bones, Trafalgar. You guys. Choose to challenge that Golden List swordsman. Guild Tesoro raised his voice and shouted towards the golden microphone. I'm coming. Mr. Wondaz. Bones stood up. He jumped onto the golden platform. Guild Tesoro looked expectantly towards Mr. One, Paramecia-type quick/fruit ability user. Daz. Bones, ask. Who do you want to challenge? Wow! Possessing eyes looking at each other. Who will Daz? Bones challenge. Who will Daz? Bones choose to challenge. Paramecia quick/fruit ability. Can make his body evolve into swords and blades. His body is as strong as swords and blades, and also, from his previous battle performance, he has learned armament hockey. Daz. Bones' strength. Cannot be underestimated. I feel like he'll choose to fight Whitebeard. I agree. Listen to him, he is Sand. Crocodile's only subordinate, the only person he trusts. Right. How come this time I can't see Sand? Crocodile appeared in the Golden City. Everyone was talking loudly. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Daz. 393. Bones chose the challenge target. I'm going to fight Mihawk. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wondaz. Bones chose to fight with the hawk-eyed Mihawk. Originally, everyone thought he would choose to fight Whitebeard. Anyway, Sand. Crocodile once declared that he wanted to take Whitebeard's head, although everyone did not know Sand. Crocodile and Whitebeard had grudges. They clearly knew that Mr. Wondaz. Bones was Sand. Crocodile's only trusted subordinate. The challenge just took an overwhelming advantage to win a game against the hawk-eyed Mihawk. Guild Tesoro's voice resounded, his expression rich, his movement skillful. Then Daz. Bones and hawk-eyed Mihawk, let's fight. In an unexpected moment, Daz. Bones stood opposite Mihawk. Eagle Eye said nothing. He was still like a sharp sword, standing in place. The black knife in his hand was pointing at Daz. Bones. Daz. Bones also did not have any superfluous words. Just like when he was in charge of the Baroque Mr. One organization in the Alabasta Kingdom, he was always silent. He was originally the cold-blooded killer of the West Sea. On the contrary, it also suits his consistent personality. Pedal. Daz. Bones moved. His entire body crazily pounced towards the Eagle Eye. During the surprise attack, his two hands turned into two sharp blades. Jet black hockey armament instantly flashed on them. King! Eagle Eye stood still and calmly drew his sword. Black Saber Knight drew an afterimage in front of Eagle Eye. His attack was like thunder. Blocking Daz. Bones' close-range slash. Not only that, Eagle Eye suddenly jumped up holding the knife. A terrifying force was released from the Black Knife Knight's sparkling blade, instantly sending Daz. Bones flying, not giving the latter any chance to continue attacking. White. Mihawk's eagle eyes slashed with extreme speed. He sent Daz. Bones flying in an instant. And he slashed with his sword. Stab. The sound of the air being cut apart rang out in a flash, and the sharp black blade knight was already standing on Daz. Bones' body. As the top assassin Daz. Bones's reaction speed, his body instantly turned into a blade person. His entire body was a blade wrapped around the hockey-armed black blade. Crackle, a soft sound, transmitted into Daz. Bones's ears instantly made his scalp almost burst, his body suddenly cold. Kill, Daz. Bones was slashed away in an instant, his feet turned into slippery blades. Like ice blade shoes, rapidly sliding towards Mihawk's eagle eyes. Vitran slashed the knife at high speed. Daz. Bones' body rapidly slid away, aiming towards the eagle eye. Both hands turned into two high-speed rotating spiral slashing blades. Spiral spit slash. Fierce momentum, carrying a sharp and extremely murderous aura. If you don't attack, then attack. Like a life and death battle. Mihawk's eagle eyes remained calm and steady, and the black saber in his hand instantly slashed horizontally. A simple slash, but contains terrifying destructive power. Stab. Daz. Bones needed to pierce through the eagle's two hands, simultaneously being slashed by Yoru's black saber. The high-speed spiral slashing two-handed saber was continuously colliding with black saber knight. Like swords clashing, only to hear the continuous stabbing sounds, sparks rapidly flying everywhere. You die. Eagle Eye opened his mouth for the first time, spitting out 3 icy cold words. The listeners suddenly felt his whole body shiver, his back turned cold, and his scalp went numb. Crack! Only saw the eagle eye in Black Knife Knight's hand, suddenly pressed down, fiercely slashed, instantly slashed Daz. Bones. Daz. Bones' body evolved into a fast slashing saber, but was unable to block the extremely fierce eagle eye slash at all. Only heard a terrifying sound of swords breaking. Follow. Daz. Bones instantly flew out. Crimson blood, following Daz. Bones flew backwards, in the air drawing a stunning parabolic path. Squeak! In the distance, a row of houses was blocked and cut off. 2, 3 in the rumbling sound, in a flash tilted, collapsed. This is the echo of Mihawk's eagle eye slash. One can see how terrifying his slash is. Numb. Many pirates saw such a scene and couldn't help but fiercely suck in a breath of cold air. What sharp swordsmanship! Daz. Bones dared to take it head-on. It was enough to look down on the strong. As expected of the eagle-eyed Mihawk. Really looking forward to him fighting Whitebeard. I wonder what kind of scene their battle will be like. That must be a fierce competition between true powerhouses. Very much looking forward to it. How strong is Mihawk the Eagle Eye? No one really knows. Some people say he is very weak. After all, he is only a 7 warlords of the sea. Whitebeard is absolutely the opposite of him. Some people also say he is very strong, able to compete with the red-haired 4 Emperor Shanks without a clear winner. Of course, more people agreed. Relying solely on swordsmanship, the eagle-eyed Mihawk was absolutely not ashamed to be a top expert. Relying only on swordsmanship, Whitebeard fought with Hawkeye, who won or lost. No one dared to hope for a conclusion, especially when Eagle Eye continuously used its overwhelming advantage to defeat 2 supernatural newcomers, almost instantly killing 2 powerful newcomers. This made everyone admire Eagle Eye's strength even more. Mihawk the Eagle wins. Guild Tesoro shouted so. Next, is there anyone else who wants to challenge the eagle-eyed Mihawk? I'm coming. Trafalgar. Law stood in place, one hand pressed on the demon sword, and said calmly. Noisy. Hearing Trafalgar Law's words, quite a few people became excited. Knowing that the Eagle Eye was so powerful and his strength was unfathomable, Trafalgar Law still chose to challenge him. Makes many people admire. Trafalgar Law was a supernova a year ago. But now he is also a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. His strength is formidable. His dissection fruit ability is even more unfathomable. In this vast ocean, you cannot underestimate anyone. Otherwise, you might die on the spot. Trafalgar Law, even though he is a rookie, is still strangely powerful. Everyone thought of the golden stage before. Everywhere lively beating heart, in a moment of confusion cannot help but become trembling. Anatomy fruit ability. A fruit ability full of strangeness, full of infinite possibilities. Room. A space-age sphere appeared, Trafalgar. Law's body flashed, and he moved from below to the golden platform, facing Mihawk with his eagle eyes. This time the newcomer. Mihawk's sharp eyes looked towards Trafalgar. Law, like a hawk, stared at his prey with a pair of terrifying eyes. Take out your full strength. I must be serious. The eagle eye had never been serious before. Even the momentum was even more terrifying than when he was dealing with dust. Bones before. Make people dare not look straight into the eyes. Emitting sharp as swords-like light. Mihawk the eagle eye. Only now did he look truly serious. Thank you, Trafalgar. Law knew that this was Mihawk's eagle eyes acknowledging his strength. And he was even more careful. After he politely said 2 words, the demonic weeping knife in his hand was drawn out. Following the demonic weeping knife out of its sheath, a series of afterimages like you fire were left in the air room. The spatial anatomy appeared in a flash. Trafalgar. Law's body was filled with light. He had to use a surprise teleportation to deal with the eagle-eyed Mihawk. Silently, the spatial magic hand disappeared in a flash. Trafalgar. Law appeared at Mihawk's side, crying like a ghost. Silently stabbing straight out, aiming at Mihawk's heart, only wanting to capture his heart. The victory of this battle belongs to Trafalgar. Law. What? Just as the demon was about to stab Mihawk's eagle eye, Trafalgar Law's eyes suddenly changed greatly, regardless of being surprised, regardless of injuring his opponent. His entire body rapidly retreated backwards. Only saw Black Knife Knight use lightning speed to not have time to cover his ears, piercing through the air, faster than the crying ghost. Towards Trafalgar. Law pierced through. Observation Haki. Retreat to the distance Trafalgar. Law, his breathing was a bit heavy, a wave of fear. If not for him quickly retreating back. He is probably a corpse right now. Mihawk's eagle eyes drew his sword at a speed that was so fast that it blurred the naked eye. Not only that, he also used his observation Haki to guess Trafalgar Law's exact location. Blackblade Knight is even more swirling with powerful Haki armament. If such a sword pierced the body, there is only one possibility, but it is death. So Trafalgar Law almost without hesitation chose to retreat. In that instant, he knew he lost. Num 650. Just now a dangerous scene fell into everyone's eyes, thus causing a gasp of cold air. Mihawk the eagle eye first time shows off his armament Haki. First time shows off his observation Haki. This is unprecedented. This point of armed Haki is not surprising. Roaming this grand line, without armed Haki, it is difficult to cause damage to Logia-type fruit abilities. Hawk-eyed Mihawk will use armed Haki. There is no good intention outside. Maybe, almost no one saw Mihawk use his observation Haki. Didn't think I'd be so lucky today. Just in time. Trafalgar Law almost became the Black Blade Knight under the Blade of the Soul. May Trafalgar Law resolutely retreat. Recalling the terrifying scene just now, everyone couldn't help but feel cold sweat on Trafalgar Law's face. Whitebeard, let's fight. While everyone was still unconscious, Mihawk calmly said a sentence that shocked everyone again. Being able to fight Whitebeard, regardless of win or lose, is enough to be proud of. Victory over Whitebeard. This is almost the peace of the ocean, all pirates dream of. That Urace was like that, before the eagle eyes, just like that. I'll fight with the eagle eye. Golden Lion Shiki took the initiative. He stood up, his golden hair was dancing wildly. Like a mad lion, really not majestic. No need. Whitebeard waved his hand, stood up, his black moon-shaped white beard raised. If he wants to challenge me, then let it be as he wishes. Everyone cheered up. Whitebeard fights with Hawkeye. This is definitely worth looking forward to a battle. After this battle, the title of world's #1 swordsman, in the end, belongs to whom, there will be a real conclusion. At the faraway Karaigana Island, Zaro also could not help but become a face shaking, back became even straighter. Eagle Eyes finally still wanted to fight with Whitebeard. In fact, a long time ago, Eagle Eyes still wanted to fight Whitebeard, even though he was known as the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye Mihawk, no matter how he thought about it, becoming strong and standing at the top was not invincible, because in this vast ocean, no one dared to say that he was truly invincible. Hawkeye had extremely strict requirements for his swordsmanship, and could only find a suitable opponent to fight against and use this to improve his swordsmanship. Was it that easy to say? Discussing with Red Hair Shanks for so many years, there was no way to let the eagle-eyed Mihawk progress. Can only fight Whitebeard once. Even at the summit of the battle. The eagle eye that had been silently saying nothing, finished saying a sentence. I just want to take a quick look. The man right in front of me. The gap between him and me. Then launched his strongest slash at Whitebeard. The result was blocked by the George Diamond. become an eagle eye in the heart of regret. Now, finally got the chance to really fight Whitebeard. Moreover, it is simply a swordsmanship competition. Can fight Whitebeard. Even the cold eagle eyes can't help but become blood-boiling, heart-hot. Shining bright and beautiful gold on the high platform. Finally, waiting for this day. Eagle Eye cannot calm down the boiling blood in his heart. Facing Whitebeard, no need to be calm. Need is a kind of unprecedented, increasingly arrogant and respectful. You want to fight me? I will help you with this wish. Let you be my opponent. Just. Whitebeard looked towards Eagle Eye. Preciously right now, the only thing left is to calm down. Boom. The world's blade moved once and the wind howled. An unprecedentedly strong pressure suddenly erupted, like a tsunami. All calmness was gone. The eagle eyes in the eyes exuded an unprecedented fierce light. In the hand of Black Knife Knight had already cut out an unprecedented slash that could destroy all slashes, tearing the sky apart, slashing towards Whitebeard. The hurricane under the slash collapsed and scattered. Terrifying slash, even the air was torn open. Crackle. The saber moved. Just one movement, equal to one slash under this slash. The air shattered like glass, countless air vortexes, following the saber's movement, ruthlessly destroying. Boom. The eagle-eyed slash was slashed out by the blade, countless air currents shattered into pieces, rolling back, like a tsunami, rolling back in all directions, emitting loud thunderous sounds. Deafening and extremely terrifying. King. The eagle eye was even faster. Its body suddenly attacked towards Whitebeard, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. In the hand of the Black Saber Knight, it was like lightning, instantly slashing towards Whitebeard. The eagle eye sword's speed, the slash speed, extremely fast. Far compared to before slashing Daz away. Bones slash, want to be even faster. Far away, lying on the stretcher, Daz. Bones was receiving treatment. Seeing such a scene, his eyes widened even more, revealing an unimaginable feeling of shock. Impossible. Before our eyes. Is this the real speed of the eagle eye? Retreat to the Trafalgar stage. Law was also nervous inside. Before, he had taken the initiative to admit defeat. It was not a matter of running away in the middle of the battle. It was not a matter of temporarily retreating out of fear. Instead, it was a true battle between experts. A real sword fight. In the blink of an eye. The outcome of victory and defeat was already known. Trafalgar. In the blink of an eye, Law had already known that the gap between him and the eagle was huge. So he had taken the initiative to admit defeat. But the eagle eye's attack before his eyes was many times more terrifying than when he had dealt with him before. This made Trafalgar Law slightly terrified. This is the true strength of the eagle eye. Fast. Fast to the limit. Money. Mihawk's eagle eyes left behind an afterimage. And Yoro's black blade slash was like lightning, rushing towards Whitebeard. Faced with such a dangerous slash, Whitebeard remained calm and composed as he confidently slashed out. Head on. Confront Mihawk's eagle eye slash, the world's #1 slash. Someone shouted extremely nervously. In this flash, Black Knife Knight and the saber slashed down together at the same time. Piece by piece of air was torn apart, and the two people behind them were quickly swept away. The air swirled back, forming two hurricanes, each blowing out from behind Whitebeard and Hawkeye. The entire Golden City was swept away by the hurricane. Countless pirates watching the battle were knocked left and right by the hurricane, and loud rumbling sounds continued to ring out. Crackle. Black Knife Knight and the saber strike domineeringly slashed down together. In just a moment, the sky and earth changed color, and the same sound of lightning striking down suddenly rang out. The whirlwind swept back, causing countless people to become terrified. Underneath the golden layer of the Whitebeard and Hawkeye, terrifying cracks appeared. The cracks spread out towards the distance along with the high-speed destructive vortex. This is the impact of the slash that produced the aftershock, tearing apart the sturdy golden earth layer. What a terrifying slash and strike contest. This is truly the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Just watching the battle from afar, one can feel the danger within. A little careless, any side, can die on the spot at any time. Countless people became amazed. Follow. A shocking scene appears. Only saw Mihawk's strongest slash attack on Whitebeard directly facing the eagle eye, suddenly using his extremely overbearing saber force to press down. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The saber force pressed towards the eagle eye, immediately causing the sky and earth to change color, emitting loud rumbling sounds. How is that possible? That pair of sharp eagle eyes for the first time flashed a circle of fear. Such a dangerous situation forced Hawkeye to retreat immediately. He took the initiative to launch a sword attack, but didn't want to take the initiative to retreat. For a moment, made countless pirates feel admiration, receiving the world's first slash. He used his domineering attitude to force the eagle-eyed Mihawk back. This kind of terrifying absolute power, I'm afraid only Whitebeard can do it. Even through the phone projection. Zoro watched the battle and saw the eagle eye being forced back, revealing a slight opening. For a moment, he couldn't help but shiver. It must be said that the person in the world who most clearly understands the terrifying eagle eyes, I'm afraid that other than Zoro, it can't be anyone else. However, the eagle eye's teaching method can be extremely cruel. Just by swordsmanship, that man called Whitebeard, can he overpower Hawkeye? Zoro couldn't believe his own judgment. Not because his sword heart was shaken, but because no matter how hard it was to believe such a thing, suddenly, Zoro realized another terrifying point. Whitebeard. Bade. Why hasn't he taken the initiative to draw his sword? What is he waiting for? This kind of level of combat, how will it give people a chance to catch their breath? Eagle Eye retreated afterwards, without stopping at all. His body rapidly rushed forward again, suddenly attacking Whitebeard. Black Saber Knight had already drawn out a sky-tearing, merciless slash. The Eagle Eye slash just came out, just by guiding the airflow, also let the distant buildings emit clear creaking sounds, a look of staggering about to fall, as if being swept away by an invisible hurricane. This fierce slash attack made the pirates watching the battle even more terrified. This kind of level of slash, I'm afraid, in the place of other people, no one can receive it. This is to cultivate swordsmanship to the true peak, only then can one slash out a slash. Crackle crackle. Under the eagle eye slash, the golden earth layer appeared densely covered with cracks. This was the aftershock of the slash tearing it apart. The terrifying slash, like lightning running, rapidly slashed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard's sturdy hockey body, like an extremely sturdy mountain, stood proudly in place. Even when facing terrifying and peerless slashes, it did not move an inch. At this moment, Whitebeard moved. The saber in his hand suddenly swung around, suddenly slashed. Just a moment, a thunderous sound exploded. A bright slash, ending the wheel stance, was cut off by Whitebeard. As soon as the slash was released, the entire world was covered in white. Boom. Two slashes clash. Like two tsunamis rolling against each other. Or like two great mountains colliding. Countless powerful vortexes of air exploded out in unison. The air shattered into a giant black hole. Absolutely amazing. The eagle eye in the hand of the black saber Yoru. The black paint like the black saber, placed on the blade of the saber in Whitebeard's hand. The blade of the saber was as black as the abyss. This is a swordplay clash. And, even more so, a battle of armament hockey. Can strengthen attack, increase destructive power of armed conflict. Crackle. On the golden stage. With the two people at their feet as the center, countless dense, spiderweb-like cracks appeared, and the cracks followed the violent winds, continuously spreading far and wide. Horrible situation. Suddenly, the Black Knife Knight's blade in the eagle's hand suddenly appeared with cracks like spider webs. Following, the Black Knife Knight's blade was like pieces of black turtle shell shattering, falling down one after another. Look. It looks like Black Knife Knight is shattered. Shocking. Oh my god. What the hell is going on? The Supreme Great Sword 12 attacks, the world's strongest black saber Yoru. Is it broken? Rayleigh, who had been calmly watching the battle, suddenly opened his mouth in shock. This is hockey armament shatter. This is truly unheard of, never seen before. Take his complete knowledge of the entire Grand Line, and then say, never heard of these words. As you can imagine, this is terrifying. Armed hockey shattered? This. What does it mean? Someone did not understand, so he called out and asked. Hockey hovering around weapons or human body can strengthen human body defense like armor, strengthen weapon destructive power. Under some extreme destructive power, it will shatter like armor. Rayleigh explained in admiration, that is, in such a situation, one needs extremely terrifying destructive power to be able to make the enemy's hockey armament shatter into pieces. Hearing this, countless pirates couldn't help but fiercely suck in a breath of cold air. Armed hockey can shatter. Everyone present heard it for the first time. Also the first time seeing. If they hadn't witnessed the battle between Whitebeard and Hawkeye with their own eyes, they would have thought that the hockey weapon that shattered like armor was a joke. Boom. The Black Blade Knight's hockey weapon all turned into pieces of black turtle shell-like scales, all fell off, revealing the original Black Blade Knight's blade. The eagle's eyes exploded and shot out. The fear was overwhelming. He also never imagined that one day his powerful hockey armament would be shattered by someone. This is really creepy. Eagle Eye chose to retreat for the second time. The two people used the most forceful method, fighting hard for 2 rounds. Can dodge, but Whitebeard did not dodge. Hawkeye also did not dodge. The two people just like that used the most dangerous way, facing each other hard, clashing twice. Both times the Eagle Eye was forced back to the end. Maybe? Dangerous battle. How can it make people fight together? The difference between you and me cannot be that big. Eagle Eye's inner determination, that is the confidence in his own swordsmanship achievements. He retreated in a flash, once again launching his strongest attack. This one time, his slashing is extremely scary. He is the strongest inside slash. The highest achievement in swordsmanship. Truly terrifying slash. This slash just came out. The sky and earth exploded. In the distance, a skyscraper. All shook because of this. There were pieces of golden bricks falling. This was just caused by the sword energy fluctuations. Concession does not mean defeat. Eagle Eyes never admit defeat. The 3 imperfections. This is the 3rd time the Eagle Eye launched a slash attack. Also the most ultimate one-time slash. The air fragments were crushed and shattered under the slash, extremely terrifying. Eagle Eyes, body like afterimage, knife like lightning. Boom. Whitebeard this time did not hold back, actively attacked. He carried a terrifying pressure, stopped his momentum, and for the first time took the initiative to launch an attack. The saber slashed through a terrifying trajectory in the air, the blade's direction, the air shattered, a vacuum trajectory appeared. An extremely ear-piercing explosion sound, like thunder, was continuously exploding, extremely terrifying. Whitebeard's muscular body, with terrifying speed, charged towards the Eagle Eye. The two people blinked and fought. The slashes were like 2 straight lines, clashing in a flash and separating as soon as they touched. The two people's bodies also separated as soon as they touched, like exchanging a position. This time, there was no huge commotion like the previous 2 times, no violent explosions. The sky did not crack, the clouds were also safe and sound. Even the golden layer under the two people's feet was also safe and sound. There was no spider web-like cracks like the previous 2 times. Everything was eerily quiet. Exactly. Far away. The farther away. So the pieces of the architectural works, skyscrapers, in the two people's confrontation, the body opened the blink of an eye. A ray of light flashed across the half-demons. Follow. Possessing a skyscraper, like a block of tofu, was completely cut off. The light from the other side of the building penetrated through. Possessing a skyscraper, unusually neat, almost at the same time, all of them slowly fell down. Boom, boom, boom. After the two people exchanged blows, endless rumbling sounds were heard. It was as if pieces of city architecture were being chopped apart. An adorable explosion. Oh my god! What level of slashing is this to be able to create destruction? The entire Golden City was completely destroyed. Countless pirates became impressed. Cannot help but admire. Even the extremely distant buildings, such as the skyscrapers on the shore of the Golden City, were all cut down. A city, under the two people's slashing and slashing, was almost destroyed. My king! Fresh Flower Bridge. Guild Tesoro saw such a scene, the corner of his eyes, before Whitebeard and Golden Lion fought. Nearly half of the city had been destroyed, under Whitebeard and Eagle Eye fought. Almost all of the city's buildings were destroyed. Guild Tesoro was really heartbroken to the point of not being able to breathe. He wanted to avenge Doflamingo and was aiming at Whitebeard. Really. Failed to steal a chicken and lost a handful of rice, a heavy loss. Spend the whole day in Hong Kim Ton. Even if he had money, even if he controlled 20% of the world's wealth. One could imagine that it would take a huge amount of time to restore the Golden City. Moreover, the countless large-scale casinos and buildings within it were all the source of Guild Tesoro's wealth. Before the eyes was completely destroyed again. A AAA. Guild Tesoro hugged his chest. his heart filled with endless love. Poof! But at this moment, suddenly a sound of blood flying rang out. Attract everyone's eyes. Tightly gripping. Only saw Mihawk, the eagle-eyed eagle standing on the golden stage, suddenly flying out a streak of crimson blood with Whitebeard's body in a fight. Only saw the eagle eye in front of him, a terrifying wound deep enough to see the bones. Blood was continuously flowing out. I lost. Eagle Eye raised his sword hand, trembling. He was seriously injured. Compared to outsiders, seeing the wound was 10,000 times more serious than a serious injury. He clearly used his observation haki, wanted to dodge the blade that injured him, but was able to overwhelmingly win against Trafalgar. Law's observation haki also had no way to dodge Whitebeard's blade. It wasn't that he didn't want to quickly avoid the wound, but that he couldn't dodge. The gap between Whitebeard is so huge. Swordsmanship competition, more dangerous than outsiders see. Eagle Eye finished speaking, then with a bang, fell straight down. In a flash, the whole world was boiling, a piece of commotion. Mihawk's eye fails. Take the overwhelming advantage of 3 consecutive victories over the Eagle Eye. Not supernatural, rookie. In the Eagle Eye's hand, all can go more than one sword. The Eagle Eye is immeasurable in its strength. With Whitebeard, he fought for 3 moves. After 3 moves, the eagle's eyes were filled with blood, and he threw the sky, dyed with red gold. Swordsmanship, armament haki, observation haki. Each one was smashed to pieces by Whitebeard's peerless and domineering stance. Whitebeard simply waved his hand. The saber used terrifying force, slashing out with one slash. Everything was dimmed down under this slash. The entire space became quiet. Until the slash passed, the entire space seemed to collapse like a hurricane. The tall buildings collapsed. In an instant there was a commotion. Finally, a domineering knife. The so-called world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, was completely defeated. In front of the Eagle Eye, a terrifying wound. Deep enough to see 13 bones, blood flying, dyeing his black fedora red, dyeing that pair of sharp eyes red. This moment, everyone was excited. No matter whether it was in the Golden City or through the phone camera, many pirate groups watched the live broadcast. All were shocked and became excited. Is this Whitebeard's true power? Just by swordsmanship. Just by swordsmanship. The saber cuts the Eagle Eye. Just one slash. Is this really not a joke? Unbelievable one slash. Countless pirates were filled with admiration. Standing far away, Sabo couldn't help but shake his face. What a terrifying slash. Elder Long, can you withstand such a slash? Sabo is a Revolutionary Army member, this time coming to the Golden City. He has a secret mission. Mihawk's Eagle Eye was slashed by a sword. Shiki the Golden Lion was also violently shocked. He clearly understood the terrifying destructive power of Whitebeard's slash just now. He was also unable to stop it. The most shocking person, if not Trafalgar Law, Mihawk's Eagle Eye sword. He could not receive it, directly ran away. Now Whitebeard's one slash, eagle-eyed Mihawk could not receive it, directly seriously injured into a miserable state before his eyes. During this time difference. How much is it? Trafalgar Law's heart was shocked beyond compare. Whitebeard. This era, will it still be the Whitebeard era? Karigana on the island. The green algae head Zoro saw such a scene, also could not help but become the whole body trembled. Is this Whitebeard? Zoro was shocked. It's not Whitebeard's strength that is so powerful. Whitebeard's strength, he had heard of it long ago. No need to be shocked. What shocked him was that Whitebeard's swordsmanship was limitless, with a blade in his hand. There was nothing he couldn't cut. Even the Hawkeye can't withstand a single blow from Whitebeard. The world's most domineering slash. Zoro could only use the 3 most overbearing words to describe Whitebeard's slash. Other than that, he couldn't find any other words to describe it. His heart was filled with surging waves. Compared to the world's truly top-notch characters, my strength is still lacking a lot. I don't know how to do such a level of man. Practice again. Suffer again. There will always be a day when I want to defeat Whitebeard. Whitebeard's domineering swordsmanship completely ignited Zoro's desire to win. He vowed to become the world's #1 swordsman. But before the eyes, the world's #1 swordsman other than Whitebeard, there can be no one else. So, next in time, Zoro went crazy in a form of cultivation. Increasing his swordsmanship. The world's #1 swordsmanship convention has officially entered its final stage. World #1 sword. This title, from this moment on, was officially carried by Whitebeard. Guild Tesoro's eyelids are in hysterics. He saw the picture he most did not want to see. Whitebeard takes the overwhelming advantage and wins. Really? The world's #1 swordsman. Whitebeard. Guild Tesoro persisted to the end, loudly declaring, "Let us congratulate Whitebeard. La 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 la. I don't need any title of world's #1 sword. Whoever has the courage, just take it." At this moment, Whitebeard suddenly opened his mouth. The sword in his hand aimed straight at Guild Tesoro standing on the high platform. "Get down from here." Guild 127 Tesoro's eyelids fluttered crazily, being stabbed by the blade. His back turned cold, cold sweat flowing down. "Edward. Newgate, what do you mean by this?" Everyone was stunned. Looking at Whitebeard's intentions, he wants to attack Guild Tesoro. "Get out of here." Whitebeard suddenly slashed out a peerless slash. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as this slash was struck, the entire Golden City buzzed. Rumbling sounds like thunder continuously rang out, extremely terrifying. The slash was like a flower breaking through the sky, slashing towards Guild Tesoro. "Come on." Guild Tesoro's urgent moment. Both hands suddenly pressed down. Suddenly in front of him, an extremely solid golden giant shield rolled out. Whitebeard's domineering slash instantly landed on the advancing golden giant shield. With a loud bang, the golden giant shield was slashed away, sending Guild Tesoro flying. "I find you very annoying." Whitebeard suddenly attacked Guild Tesoro. This made everyone surprised. Why would Whitebeard suddenly attack Guild Tesoro? What the hell is going on? Did Guild Tesoro somehow offend Whitebeard? Everyone was talking loudly. I'm afraid that other than Guild Tesoro himself, along with Virgo, no one knows the reason behind this. "Whitebeard. We have no enmity or grudge. Why do you attack me?" Guild Tesoro rushed out from the ruins. Golden water gushed out from under his feet like a fountain, lifting him up continuously. Guild Tesoro observed Whitebeard. His voice was very loud, spreading throughout the entire Golden City, as if he was questioning. "La la la la." Whitebeard laughed loudly. The blade in his hand changed continuously. In just a flash the gale howled. The distant beloved buildings were all rubbed and fluttered, emitting rumbling sounds. "The pirates are making a move." "Do you need them?" "Must find a reason to say, because I don't like the look of you, mister." The sword suddenly slashed 603 times. In just a flash, a white light flashed like lightning. The slash emitted a dazzling white light. Like lightning, slashed towards Guild Tesoro from above. "Huh." Guild Tesoro coldly snorted. He was clear in his heart. Whitebeard definitely had suspicions about him, but he still pretended to be innocent, planning to use this as an excuse, not giving up that Logia-type devil fruit. Facing the fierce slash, Guild Tesoro moved his hands. A super golden giant shield appeared beside him, tightly protecting him. Of course! The slash landed on the golden giant shield, emitting a deafening loud sound. In a moment fire was flying everywhere. This Guild Tesoro was already prepared, the golden giant shield underneath, fixed with the golden water spell, barely blocking Whitebeard's terrifying slash. This level of slashing attack can't possibly break through my golden giant shield, sigh. It's simply a waste of effort. Guild Tesoro was extremely confident. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack, he has absolute confidence that his body is safe. Even if the person he's facing is Whitebeard. The golden fruits ability can allow him to freely control his golden form, transform into armor, transform into a giant shield, and his defensive power is even more astonishing. So he has full confidence and is not afraid of any slashing attacks. After releasing the golden giant shield, Guild Tesoro pressed down on the golden water spell with both hands and advanced. Suddenly in the middle, four extremely solid golden giant shields appeared around Whitebeard's body, and a giant shield also fell directly from the sky. These giant shields were like semicircles. And after they appeared, they connected into a sphere, trapping Whitebeard inside. Not only that, in the blink of an eye, each solid golden wall continuously covered the outside of the golden giant shield, very quickly forming a huge golden ball, countless solid golden walls. Oh my god! Locked in Whitebeard. What does Guild Tesoro want to do? Countless people were shocked. No one expected that Whitebeard would be trapped in the golden space. Ha ha ha. You're locked up by me. Don't even think about getting out. Guild Tesoro's eyes were filled with laughter. He himself didn't think that he would be able to seize the opportunity to trap Whitebeard. Guild Tesoro became completely unscrupulous. Whitebeard, you were careless, overconfident, underestimating me. Now, you have lost. Boom. But at this moment, suddenly, two extremely sharp short swords, carrying countless blooming white vortexes of energy, with unimaginable speed, like lightning, stabbed towards Guild Tesoro. Guild Tesoro was not afraid in the face of danger. He stepped on Jeppu and flew towards the golden giant shield. Ding dong. Carrying terrifying destructive force. Out to slash down on the golden giant shield, emitting a terrifying loud noise. Sparks were flying. Shiki the golden lion. No use. I've been on guard against you. Guild Tesoro laughed out loud. What? Suddenly, he widened his eyes. His eyes were laughing like crazy, suddenly stiffened. Only a look of surprise remained. Only to see the golden lion Shiki's other hilt of the famous sword, Kagurashi, in an unimaginable way, stab Guild Tesoro's back. Winter. Kagurashi's fierce impact sent Guild Tesoro flying, hitting the giant shield in front of him, emitting a loud bang, as Guild Tesoro fell. Stabbed in the body by another sword from Shiki the golden lion. Everyone shout. Pedal. Everyone present shouted while falling down. Guild Tesoro, suddenly in half a moment turned around, stepped on Jeppu, with a leisurely posture, fell to the ground. Hehe. Guild Tesoro revealed a confident expression, looking towards the golden lion Shiki, revealing a calm and natural smile. My body is always covered by the impenetrable golden soft armor. How could it be penetrated so easily? Don't joke around. Poof. But now, the original Auta's famous saber that had violently collided with the golden giant shield shot out like lightning and appeared at Guild Tesoro's feet in the blink of an eye. In just that instant, Auta cut off Guild Tesoro's leg. Don't joke. I lost to Whitebeard. How could I lose to you, such a young brat? Golden lion Shiki's long golden hair was dancing wildly. When I and Whitebeard dominated the seas, you're probably still a brat with snot hanging from your nose. Guild Tesoro let out a miserable cry. His leg. Broken. In a moment fresh blood flowed long. He was wearing soft armor, but he had no legs. Got one leg cut off by Shiki the golden lion sword. Boom. Just then, the golden ball that was trapping Whitebeard exploded with a loud bang. Like a bomb exploding, countless golden fragments flew out in all directions. Whitebeard held the sword in his hand, with a domineering stance, slashing the golden ball. The entire process actually happened in an extremely short period of time. The time it took to trap Whitebeard was also only an extremely short period of time. Guild Tesoro's self-proclaimed extremely sturdy golden ball was broken by Whitebeard, joining in Guild Tesoro. Seeing Whitebeard break out of the golden throne, he couldn't help but be shocked. He was extremely confident that he could trap Whitebeard, but in the end, he was cut down by Whitebeard in just a moment. And Guild Tesoro himself had one of his legs cut off by the golden lion Shiki. Escape. Guild Tesoro endured the pain. Suddenly a huge golden pillar lifted Guild Tesoro up from the golden ground, increasing his speed at an extremely fast rate. During this process, Guild Tesoro also used gold to supplement his prosthetic limbs. You do not escape. Whitebeard suddenly slashed out with his sword. Stab. The terrifying slash appeared, and pieces of air were cut into a vacuum. The slash was like a silver lightning bolt, slashing towards Guild Tesoro. Guild Tesoro felt a terrifying slash behind his back. His scalp instantly went numb. His back turned cold. He quickly moved one hand. Two golden threads suddenly fell from the sky. The world is hanging by a thread. Guild Tesoro suddenly grabbed the golden thread, escaping the slash range. With a loud bang, Guild Tesoro's original residence was completely killed by the slash, and the golden pillar was instantly chopped into countless pieces. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ran out of the life of Tien Cat Erda. Tesoro, gasping for breath. Extremely dangerous to avoid Whitebeard's slash. How not easy. Guild Tesoro, still not awake, hurriedly took the golden thread and ran away into the distance. Must run away. As long as we leave this place, I will have a way to eliminate Whitebeard. Guild Tesoro ran away crazily. Deep inside, he was just as crazy, vowing to wash away the shame first and kill Whitebeard here. Even if all your wealth is lost, you will not refuse. Maybe? Just as Guild Tesoro was rejoicing in his escape, he blinked. Right at the moment when Guild Tesoro had not yet regained consciousness. Suddenly, in the space behind Guild Tesoro, an unprecedented terrifying force pierced through the air, with lightning speed that left no time to cover one's ears, suddenly stabbed towards him. In that instant, Guild Tesoro's scalp went numb and his entire body got goosebumps. Hide! Before he could finish speaking, Guild Tesoro suddenly widened his eyes and lowered his head in disbelief. Only saw the tip of the blade, piercing through Guild Tesoro's body. Terrifying inertia, after the blade pierced Guild Tesoro's heart, it even carried Guild Tesoro and shot towards the distance. Streaks of white air vortexes after the blade, continuously howled and destroyed. My heart was pierced by Whitebeard. Guild Tesoro's mouth spat out fresh blood. His body disobeyed and was shot out by the flying blade. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with horror, filled with disbelief, unable to believe this was real. Could it be? The tip of that terrifying blade was so real that it was stabbing his body. The cold light on the tip of the knife was blooming, stinging his eyes. Fresh flower bridge. I clearly have the strongest golden soft armor. Guild Tesoro's life is continuously disappearing. He can't believe it. This is real. His golden soft armor. Even the famous golden lion Shiki's sword can block it. How could he not stop Whitebeard's sword? Before he blocked Whitebeard's 2 slashes. But this time, why? Even a little reaction time, a little reaction opportunity, there was no awe. Why? How could Whitebeard do that? Guild Tesoro was really unwilling. He can control the whole world. Control 20% of the world's wealth, even through wealth, can control the world's nobles. The world's government all acknowledges his single-handed establishment of an independent kingdom. The world government must also give him face. The entire underground world's powerhouses, whether pirates, marines, or other kingdoms, must give Guild Tesoro face. He controls the earth world below. Other forces spread all over the world, spread across the 4 seas. What an energetic man. Maybe, when facing Whitebeard, there is only being abused. Only being chased. Only having one's body pierced. Guild Tesoro is not satisfied. He arranged everything, habitually controlled everything, forcefully controlled everything. Secretly controlled everything, created sword techniques, spread the news of Whitebeard's resurrection in the underground world. Spent all his efforts to organize the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. All of these were all aimed at Whitebeard. Killing Whitebeard was Doflamingo's revenge. Maybe. As a result, he wants to die. He didn't even have the qualifications to compete head-on with Whitebeard. Just like that, he was ruthlessly stabbed in the heart. At this time, Whitebeard received a hint from the system. Congratulations to the host weapon. Discovered the Logia system Devil Fruit. Weapon enhancement system activated. Weapon blade. Begins to receive Devil Fruit's ability. The blade is actually absorbing the evil spirit. Whitebeard's mind kept hearing the sound system suggestions. Whitebeard was silent for a long time, but his heart could not help but become happy. The blade pierced through Guild Tesoro's body. That demon must have been hidden on Guild Tesoro's body and was pierced through by the blade. Directly yield the knife open to suction can. Get the devil's real power. Will it be the flash fruit? Whitebeard is waiting. If it was the flash fruit and was taken by that blade, who knows what would happen? Zoan-type devil is indeed obtained by weapon. Weapon will turn into animal, can talk. So, this is the Logia system. What will it turn out like in the end? It really makes people look forward to it. But at this moment, the blade pierced through Guild Tesoro's body. With a loud bang, it landed on the ground in the distant city. Countless golden earth 147 rocks flew out. Whitebeard used the broken slash to kill Guild Tesoro. But who knows, it also became a hot major event in the world. A fuse. King. Congratulations to the host on his weapon, the blade, completing the acceptance of the Logia-type burning fruit. Boom. Follow. Guild Tesoro's body place, full of flames, rising high. The fierce flames swept through, burning everything to the ground. Whitebeard was shocked. He didn't think that this Logia-type devil fruit was actually burning fruit. Oh my god. What happened? Why would a raging fire suddenly burn up? Everyone was stunned. No one expected that Whitebeard would completely pierce Guild Tesoro with one slash, killing him. No one thought that suddenly, there would be a sky full of flames, the flames burning fiercely, reaching the sky, the Book of the Golden City. In the distance, Virgo suddenly felt nervous. Isn't it? Burning fruit? Everyone was shocked by the earthquake. The whole group stared with their eyes wide open, looking at the sky at the raging fire. Retired. But at this moment, in the sky filled with fire, a red ray of light shot out, rushing towards Whitebeard. That's the knife. At this moment, the blade's entire body was covered in flames. It wasn't a swirling flame, but a whole body that was scorching hot, like a fiery red flame. Elemental transformation, fire. Blade style. Whitebeard raised his hand. The elemental transformation blade fell into his large and sturdy palm, a flame-burning strong knife. Noisy. See such a scene. Everyone was stunned. Near the golden lion, Shiki even felt an unprecedented, terrifying hot feeling. This is the burning fruit, being received by the blade? This kind of terrifyingly high temperature. Could it be that the burning fruit has been exploited to some kind of unbelievable level? Golden lion Shiki has never been as surprised as he is now. He has roamed the sea for so many years, never encountered such a strange thing as today, never seen something so terrifying. Ace burning fruit. BDFC. Sabo looked at Whitebeard from afar. His whole body was stunned. This time he secretly sneaked into the Golden City to investigate and plot against this burning fruit. Before that, the Revolutionary Army obtained more accurate information about the Logia Devil Fruit, the world's #1 swordsmanship grandmaster. It can be said that Sabo completely obtained this burning fruit. Whitebeard's weapon. Obtained Ace's burning fruit ability. Sabo's entire body was stunned. His current status and position, the rare possibility of appearing, was a shocking situation, but before his eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. Whitebeard is Ace's father. So, it can be considered that there is an answer. Mr. Wandaz, Bones, Trafalgar, Law, King of Hell Rayleigh, Akiji, and others were all violently shocked. They have seen demon fruit weapons with real abilities, but have never seen a Logia-type demon fruit weapon with real abilities. This is really creepy. Never heard of this story before. This moment, the whole world was in an uproar. Whitebeard's weapon has Logia system devil fruit ability, burning fruit ability. New World, Navy headquarters. I kinda saw such a scene. His entire face turned black, damn it. Whitebeard actually obtained a burning fruit. His weapon, what the hell is it? It actually obtained a Logia-type devil fruit. Mariewa Sanctuary. A so-called forbidden area. Even the world's nobles, the celestial dragons, without approval, are not allowed to enter the palace. This is a forbidden palace. A laboratory building. Outside of the 5 elders, there is only one person who can freely enter and exit it. That is Vegapunk. The one who is known as the world's greatest scientist 500 years ahead, Vegapunk. At this moment, through the phone projection, he watched the live broadcast of Vegapunk and was also completely terrified. This is something that can make the scientist who has been in the world for 500 years be slightly shocked. This is something that has never happened before. I have researched for so many years, but I can only let the weapon through science to extract the true power of the Zoan demon. Vegapunk was shocked by the violent earthquake. He felt an unprecedented surprise, a weapon that can obtain the Logia-type devil's true ability. This is unscientific. A scientist saying the 3 words, unscientific, is enough to prove how terrified he is right now, how exaggerated. Vegapunk unlocks the demon fruit ability to communicate conditions, and can also make objects possess demon fruit power. The only limit to the Zoan-type devil indeed. It can be considered as such, and still can let the world government unusually respect. Vegapunk can create artificial demons, but it is limited to the Zoan system. The Devil Logia system really conveys the condition, which was called by Vegapunk as forever far behind opening the maze. Otherwise, once a Logia-type devil fruit is created, the entire world will lose its balance and fall into danger. Exactly. Before Vegapunk's eyes, he witnessed with his own eyes, Whitebeard's sword in hand, obtained the Logia-type burning fruit ability. Does this mean the Logia system devil's transmission condition can actually be dispelled? The reason Vegapunk is interested in this live broadcast is entirely because he wants to know some news about Whitebeard's resurrection. He is most interested in science right now. It is scientific life. That was his dream when he was young, and it is also his dream until now. Vegapunk was considered the most dangerous character by the world government when he discovered the life designer when he was young and was captured. The world government disbanded his previous research team, and the one who controlled him was the world government's job. Life design stuff. A kind that surpasses natural science. Just from the life design show born to the human body living weapon, Pacifista, already has destructive power. One can imagine the horror of this kind of science. Whitebeard. What kind of person is he? Vegapunk's heart was shocked. Likewise in the Holy Land of Mariewa, the 5 elders occupy an expensive place in the palace. The 5 elders were all shocked. The 5 of them have lived for who knows how many years. Logically, nothing can cause their mood to fluctuate. That is, from Whitebeard's resurrection until now. A series of events have caused the 5 elders to be slightly shocked, angry, and surprised. A weapon that can obtain the Logia system Devil Fruit's true ability. Is this some kind of science and technology? Whitebeard, how many secrets does he have? The 5 elders spoke in surprise. Maybe Whitebeard is destined not to let us use him. If we can't get him, then completely destroy him. Guild Tesoro is dead. Pass on the orders. Then destroy Grand Tesoro. Our plan. Officially start. Right, Sakazuki, prepare the fleet. Also let them participate together in the operation to destroy Grand Tesoro. Just in case. Completely destroy the Golden City along with everyone in the city. Whitebeard decisively beat Guild Tesoro to death, becoming a tinderbox. Let the 5 elders not have any scruples and proceed to destroy the Golden City. New world, new navy headquarters. Still in shock, Akaina suddenly received a call from the world's highest government, the 5 elders. The phone rang repeatedly. Akaina received an order, all hidden warships in advance. Officially launch a destructive attack on Grand Tesoro. Fresh Flower Bridge 0. Request, cannot let any pirates fall, cannot let any pirates escape. Destroy action. Akaino did not hesitate at all, hung up the phone and called the command phone of the warship directly, transmitted the red order, transmitted the destruction order. Grand Tesoro. The Golden City outside on the sea. Each large warship forming a fleet with fierce momentum, carrying with it an extremely destructive force. This is the headquarters navy. Even if it was an extraordinary summoning order to destroy heaven and earth in front of such a force, it would still pale in comparison. Following, several medium-sized warships appeared. Follow me, destroy Grand Tesoro. Carrying a giant battle axe on his back, the tall Mamaru took the lead in the attack. Behind him was a laser-carrying weapon that destroys human hearts and living creatures, Pacifista. Oh my god! What did I see? At the moment the warship appeared, the pirates guarding the outer perimeter of the Golden City felt their scalps go numb, their hearts pounding, and their backs cold. 1, 2, 16, 17, east, west, south, north. Oh my god. Countless large military ships appeared from all directions, completely surrounding us. Also, that is the weapon of destruction, Pacifista. At this moment, seeing the pirates' warship appear, everyone was scared to the point their faces turned pale. Run, 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 run. Run quickly. Don't run anymore. The entire Golden City will be destroyed. Countless pirates jumped straight into the sea, splashing up countless amounts of water, intending to jump into the sea and escape. The world government takes action against Hong Kim Ton. Follow. News spread to the Golden City. The whole city was in chaos. Didn't you say that Grand Tesoro is an independent kingdom recognized by the world government? The world government will never take action against Grand Tesoro. What is this for now? Someone screamed. Countless pirates ran away frantically. In their hearts, they all have such problems. Do you think Guild Tesoro was killed by Whitebeard? Someone speculated like that. Who knows how many pirates became excited. Gil, 467 Germany. Tesoro is dead. The world government immediately began a destructive attack on the Golden City. Savo also began to follow the crowd retreating out of the Golden City. While leaving, he called Dong. This Grand Tesoro's journey has come to an end. 2 pieces of news. The burning fruit was obtained by Whitebeard, and through unknown means, he obtained the burning fruit's ability from his weapon. The second piece of news, the world government has officially launched an operation of destruction against Grand Tesoro. Countless warships have appeared outside the city, and have already surrounded the entire city. Sabo's words were concise, his voice a bit rushed. Every word he said could strike fear into the hearts of the Revolutionary Army. In the faraway New World, an island called Monkey D. Dragon received this news and couldn't help but be surprised. Whitebeard is becoming more and more unpredictable. The world government will officially take action against Whitebeard then. I'll go on a trip. Dragon bowed his head to an officer beside him and said, inform Sabo and let him retreat first. I will go to a meeting with him soon. New world somewhere on the sea surface. One by one, the pirate ships with black moon-shaped Whitebeard designs were rapidly advancing. Big trouble. Father in Grantazaro is surrounded by the world government. Marco heard the news and couldn't help but frown. Damn, how many warships? According to the information, there are close to 30 large military fleets. Destroying an island only requires 1 round of artillery fire. Even a large island like Grantazaro would only require a few rounds of artillery fire. Go at full speed. Marco issued the order. This time, we absolutely cannot let Father get hurt. Consider it, risking everyone's lives. Taking Marco as the leader of the Whitebeard pirates, he hurriedly prepared his life to fight at any time. In a moment, the wind rose and the clouds were mighty. Clouds all around. This is destined to be a big event. The whole world is amazed at the great event. From the very beginning of the world's #1 swordsmanship convention until now, everything has finally come to light. The truly great event. The curtain has officially been lifted. Smile, sir. Countless warships are coming from outside. What should we do? At Fujitora Isho side Lieutenant General hurriedly asked. They received the mission order to deal with Whitebeard. Cannot get any related news about the next action. The world government wants to destroy Grantazaro. Before that, these Marines also did not receive any news. Stop leaking news. Damn it. They didn't even inform us. This is doubting our group's loyalty. Hateful. No shortage of Marines understand the reasons. Cannot help but angry. No need to panic, we should go carry out the mission. Fujitora stood up from his seat for the first time. In his hand was a cane, straight and long, like standing on him, there was a kind of powerful aura. This isn't a joke? At Fujitora's side, the Marines were all stunned. Who would have thought that at such a critical moment, the smiling general would feel like carrying out the mission? We now go deal with Whitebeard? A smile, sir. Think it over. Decide carefully. Dealing with Whitebeard now is obviously not a wise choice. I think we should leave this Grantazaro first, to avoid being accidentally injured by the warships outside. That's right, General. Would you think about it a little more? A group of Marines all spoke up to stop Fujitora's decision, but it seemed like it was of no use. Fujitora's decision was as firm as ever and would not change easily. He had his own principles and held firm. This is the best opportunity. Whitebeard, I must keep him, otherwise, this action will be meaningless. Many Marines looked at each other, not clearly understanding what Fujitora meant by this one action was actually a life-saving action. Is it just him 1.8 group action? Or just outside the warship? You guys retreat first. I alone am enough. Fujitora closed his eyes, pointed his staff sword at the ground, and gradually advanced. He used the command method to convey the retreat order. All those who followed him skated away from this place, and he stayed behind to deal with Whitebeard. Smile, sir. We will live and die together with you. A group of Marines did not leave, but were instead moved by Fujitora's words. Everyone listen up, immediately, leave this place. Fujitora finally chased away these Marines and went towards Whitebeard alone. In this chaos, a world-shaking war will break out. Not knowing that Fujitora stood up at this moment, he really had an idea to deal with Whitebeard. Different thoughts, normal people cannot guess. Edward, Newgate, you must stay. Fujitora stepped onto the high platform. The entire Golden City was in chaos, but on the high platform, it was completely unaffected. If I want to go, I'm afraid I can't stop you. Whitebeard's dark moon-shaped beard lifted up with a carefree laugh. His entire person looked extremely energetic, completely lacking the fatigue of having gone through a great battle. Because of the system, Whitebeard's participation in the world's #1 swordsmanship this time earned him about 600,000 emotional values, except for the instantly healed injuries. The rest was all used to restore his strength and physical body. Total of 1 million sentiment value completed. This is the biggest harvest Now Whitebeard, fully restored to peak strength. In Hand of the Saber, there is also the Burning Fruit ability. This time the world's #1 swordsmanship convention's biggest winner, 13, is Whitebeard himself. Old man. Maybe I won't brag. Fujitora in his hand, the walking stick, slightly pulled out a small part, revealing a cold blade all over his body, reflecting the light, extremely dazzling, making people not dare to look straight at this walking stick. Boom. Suddenly in the middle, a meteorite carrying fire fell from the sky. Gravity sword. Still on the firestone. Is the meteorite falling from the sky in the process, collides with the air, produces high temperature and burns. Enough to see how terrifying the destructive power of the meteorite is. This meteorite that was about to erupt from flames directly pierced through all obstacles, and the golden layer it encountered in the air was pierced through, roaring towards Whitebeard. How fast did the meteorite fall? The acceleration of gravity below is truly unmatched. Terrifying speed, terrifying meteor, terrifying gravity. In the distance, the ice demon girl, seeing such a scene, couldn't help but reveal a look of fear. The new Navy headquarters Admiral Fujitora. He actually attacked his father at this time. What a terrifying gravity. You guys run first. I'll go help Whitebeard's father. The Ice Witch opened her mouth. Without any hesitation, she immediately felt Fujitora's fearsome strength, still determined. Captain. A group of pirates will listen to the order to escape. The captain will not go. They will not go. Let's protect Whitebeard's father together. Fujitora suddenly attacked. Without holding back at all, attacking with all his might, that boundless, terrifying gravity, that roaring meteor falling from the sky. All displayed a terrifying force belonging to the rank of a general. This point of power already wants to keep me. You really only care about yourself. Even when facing such a terrifying force. Whitebeard remained calm. The saber in his hand suddenly swung in midair and suddenly slashed. This is unbeatable. Not only that. The moment the saber was struck, endless flames erupted, instantly igniting, the flames raging, extremely terrifying. Divine fire. Shiranui. Domineering 1//. The blade incarnates a fiercely burning blade of flame. The flame is the divine fire. Shiranui possesses an incomparably terrifying temperature along with a terrifyingly powerful destructive force. Open it up for me. Boom. The high-altitude fire and rapidly falling meteorites collided. In a moment, firelies fired in all directions. Still under the rock resisting the strong fire, turning into waves of fire. Rolling out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Under the raging fire, it turned into a divine fire. Shiranui's sword suddenly slashed down on the rock still on the ground. Meteorite exploded. That meteorite that fell from the sky was directly chopped into pieces by Whitebeard's fierce flames. Countless extremely hot meteorite fragments were shot out in all directions. In just a moment, a loud explosion shook the sky, like thunder, causing the entire Golden City to buzz. Extremely violent shock from the air transmitted. In the air, pieces of flame burned fiercely, turning into vibrations, continuously pouring out. Violent shock. The sky and earth covered in flames rolled out. Each meteorite fragment, carrying extremely terrifying high temperature, rushed out from the raging flames, with even faster speed, shooting towards a further place. The meteorite fragments above are all swirling with divine fire. Shiranui. This makes the meteorite fragments become more terrifying. The air is pierced. Meteorite fragments, with a long, burning flame tail, pierce the air, like a sea of fire filled with meteors, sweeping across the Golden City. Those fleeing pirates were all shaken 830 to the point of falling left and right, their feet wobbling. Those with a little strength bent down, all were shocked to fall to the ground. Following the raging flames, countless pirates began to scream miserably. There was also an even more unlucky pirate who was burned by the divine fire. Shiranui meteorite fragments accidentally pierced his body, and he died on the spot. The entire Golden City became even more chaotic. Oh my god! This kind of level of fighting is simply too terrifying. Is this the most intense battle of the world's #1 swordsmanship convention? Someone was running away at the moment, couldn't help but sigh and say. Countless pirates turned pale. Run. Run, run, run. This is far from a level of battle we can participate in. Even if it's just the aftershocks of battle, we can't bear it. Countless pirates ran away frantically. Whitebeard's one slash is not over yet. He also won't simply cut the meteorite to pieces and call it a day. Terrifying sky-high flames burned fiercely after slicing the meteorite. It also carried divine fire. Shiranui, sweep towards Fujitora. The entire body of the flame blade traced a comet-like burning flame tail, carrying terrifying destructive power. Slashing towards Fujitora. Whitebeard's single slash, its power was already terrifying and boundless. After obtaining the burning fruit, he slashed out another slash, like the blazing sun. Raging with boundless destruction power. Fujitora didn't dare to receive it, directly dodging it. Could Whitebeard have simply let Fujitora dodge? If he hadn't obtained the Logia-type burning fruit real sword earlier, this furious slash would probably have been dodged like this, but right now. Obviously it won't be that simple. The elemental transformation blade directly made a high-speed turn, like a spear of flame, chasing straight towards Fujitora. Retirement. The fierce flame blade extended infinitely. Chasing after Fujitora, who was constantly dodging, with a berserk attitude, piercing through. No matter how Fujitora struggled to move, left and right. The strong burning blade was like a book of bones. Behind Fujitora, it turned into a long line of flames, chasing after Fujitora and coming. This is the Logia-type devil fruit weapon's real ability. It really has unimaginable power. Fujitora knew that if he kept running away, it would become meaningless, so he immediately stopped running away. Turn around, stick in hand, knife. Directly slash out. Buzz buzz buzz. Infinite gravity, along with the walking stick and knife slash out, suddenly do. The golden layer of earth was crushed by gravity, and each deep hole was suddenly crushed out. In the middle of the air, the ruins were scattered. All were pressed down by gravity. All were pressed like gold inside. The air is like a thin wire being suddenly pulled downward under pressure. The air forms small long strings. The terrifying gravity below, that leading fire rushing forward, was also all pressed down. Roar! Whitebeard's fiercely burning blade and Fujitora's walking stick suddenly slashed down together. The earth-shattering sound was like thunder exploding in midair. Terrifying waves of air were continuously rolling out in all directions. The flames burned fiercely like ocean waves, thoughts swirling on both sides. The sky is full of flames, rolling out in a tilted direction. The fire burned fiercely everywhere it passed. There was no place that was not burned to almost nothing, turning into terrifying ashes. Armament Haki. Fujitora ended the strong Haki armament, using the Gravity Devil Fruits ability. Ended the strong strength, blocking Whitebeard's angry slash. As expected of the new Admiral of the Navy headquarters through direct mobilization. Supernatural power. Absolutely not to be underestimated. Crackle. At Fujitora's golden feet, two terrifying cracks appeared. He stopped Whitebeard from getting angry and slashing. However, the level of danger was clear to only him, the person involved, how terrifying it was. The sturdy gold under his feet cracked under such a terrifying shock. One could imagine how terrifying Whitebeard's angry slash was. Wow wow wow! Fujitora blocked Whitebeard's sword strike and then quickly retreated. He was not impatient and decided to fight to the death. But there is another calculation. Already about to leave Sabo City, turned around and saw such a scene, couldn't help but frown. New Navy Headquarters General. His strength far exceeds our imagination. Even after being injured, the eagle-eyed Mihawk who had been keeping silent couldn't help but say to himself, "That slash from Whitebeard just now. I couldn't stop it." Burning fruit's power to deal with the world swords far exceeds ordinary people's imagination. Hawkeye's evaluation was enough to prove that Fujitora's strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. This is the new general's terrifying strength. Can stop Whitebeard's angry slash. Boom boom boom. Except for this side of the fight, faraway people were running away, and then there was a stampede. Truly great event, truly great terror is about to descend upon this golden city. There are also many desperate pirates, wreaking havoc in the golden city to plunder the golden wealth. Use your life to rob wealth. There were even quite a few pirates who became competitive, started fighting each other. For a moment, chaos was unbearable, blood flowed, extremely terrifying. Somewhere in the middle of nowhere, he had just killed a group of pirates who were trying to steal the gold Virgo. His whole body was covered in blood. He was paying attention to Whitebeard's fight the entire time. Seeing Fujitora blocking Whitebeard's angry slash, he couldn't help but have his eyes light up. This might be the only chance to get rid of Whitebeard. Boom boom boom. 200. Suddenly, Fujitora suddenly jumped in and slashed 3 times in a row. 3 swords just came out. The sky and earth suddenly turned red. Half a day later, 3 extremely huge and terrifying meteorites appeared, burning fiercely, carrying with them terrifying temperatures that burned everything, falling from the sky, rapidly falling down. Target. Whitebeard. Get out of here and let me open it. Whitebeard roared. The fire in his hand burned fiercely, domineeringly slashing 3 times in a row. Boom boom boom. Furiously slashed 3 times, 3 slashes like thunder against the galaxy. Thick flames, slashed against the sky, slashed forward. Boom boom boom. The fierce flames in the sky turned into violent inflammation. The meteorite was cut by Whitebeard, shattered into countless small meteorites, surrounding the violent inflammation. Like a wildfire rain, covering the sky and shooting down rapidly. Virgo was stunned, completely amazed. The smile that appeared on Uehara's face twitched on his face, then stiffened at the edges, turning into shock and fear. Because, just in time, a meteor exploded in the sky, carrying with it terrifying destructive power, engulfing Virgo's location. Those countless densely packed terrifying meteorites, emitting sharp screeches, carried with them the might of destroying heaven and earth, rapidly shooting towards him. At this moment Virgo also did not have the previous smile. Again there is no previous leisure. Crisis is brewing. Full of his brain. Run 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 run. Virgo frantically wanted to escape. The 6 forms marine jetbu was used to the limit by him. The whole person ran away quickly. The body was even more rotten, covered with a powerful hockey armament. The whole body turned black. Virgo is proficient in the 6 forms of the Navy and can cultivate all over his body with armament hockey. His strength is powerful. Since more than 10 years ago, he has become a lieutenant general, possessing the strength of a lieutenant general. After that, he hid in the G5 branch base, and his strength is still constantly increasing. His strength is considered to be placed in the entire Grand Line, enough to be called a strong person of one side. That is, right in front of him facing such a terrifying existence of Whitebeard. It seems there is still a lot missing. Chaochu retired. Heaven-destroying and earth-shattering terrifying meteorite flames and storm-like rain poured down. Virgo still did not escape the meteorite fire's range of coverage. Cut. Known as Bamboo Demon, Virgo used armament hockey to strengthen the bamboo blade, suddenly slashed towards the rapidly shooting meteors. Several meteorites shattered with a loud sound. Virgo shows his powerful strength. That is, with great difficulty, he broke the red Virgo meteorite, and before he could even show a smile, his face suddenly turned pale. Puffy. Only saw those broken meteorites on the flames burning fiercely, coming from Whitebeard's fierce flame blades standing out divine fire. Shiranui, like a living thing, all shot rapidly at Virgo's body. Even though Virgo's body was covered in armament hockey, it still couldn't stop the divine fire. Shiranui's fierce burning. Almost in a flash, Virgo's body was burned to ashes. Terrifying flames engulfed his entire body. A AAA. Virgo screamed miserably. He wanted to extinguish the flames on his body. He kept rolling on the ground. The miserable screams kept coming. How miserable. Exactly. Even though he was rolling around on the ground desperately, he still couldn't extinguish the divine fire on his body. Shiranui. Under the hockey armament, Virgo's originally pitch-black body turned red, burnt into a blood-red bronze-like person, terrifying to the extreme. Very fast. His body parts began to change for the second time, black as coal. It was burned to black charcoal by the fire scorch. On the ground, the more fierce the flames burned, on all sides of Virgo. The raging flames burned, causing Virgo to instantly fall into a sea of flames. Whitebeard is terrifying. The gap between him and me. Yet, instantly wanting to die. Virgo felt an unprecedented terror coming from Whitebeard. That terrifying strength, overwhelming strength, is absolutely not something Virgo can challenge. Virgo now understood. The gap between him and Whitebeard was like a giant Tianhong channel. I made all these things myself, to avenge Doflamingo, but they all turned into Whitebeard's wedding dress. Only now did Virgo know that he should take revenge. In front of Whitebeard, he was like a mantis fighting a chariot, unable to withstand a single blow. It's just the aftershocks of battle that give birth to flames. I can't stop them at all. Virgo was completely desperate. His heart was filled with despair, utter despair. Burning fruit. It was clearly me who found it. Before Virgo died, in despair, he thought a lot. This one devil fruit that greatly increased Whitebeard's strength was clearly delivered to Whitebeard by himself. This made Virgo even more desperate. Crack, crack. But now, from far away on the ground, a cold ice, rapidly freezing over. Wherever it passed, all the flames could not melt this ice. Just when Virgo was at the extreme point of despair, a streak of ice appeared, freezing Virgo. Oops. Originally in the burning. Virgo was already near death, frozen in ice. The strong flames on his body also completely disappeared. In the next instant, the ice on Virgo's body shattered. Virgo in front of the gates of hell, Lee saw true, said, revived again. This made Virgo extremely happy. This is in desperate hope. The originally hopeless Virgo gains new hope. The Logia type freezes the fruit of its ability Koza. Virgo was filled with joy. He knew that the ability of the lava fruit to resist the freezing fruit was completely able to resist the burning fruit. Saved. Virgo's face revealed a relieved smile. Boom. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, covering Virgo. A sharp and piercing screech, just as it was transmitted, that terrifying shadow had already smashed down. A meter in diameter, a meteorite burning with flames all over its body, crashed onto Virgo, who had just been rescued from the ice. After experiencing despair, he found hope again. Like picking up a new life, Virgo just revealed a smile. Before he could react, he was directly hit by a meteorite until his blood exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. He died on the spot. The most fearful thing in life is nothing more than experiencing despair. In the moment of achieving hope, being enveloped by despair, one dies on the spot. Boom! The fire burned fiercely, burning all of Virgo's blood and bones. Moments later, it turned into a pile of black ashes. Can't save you. Far away, Akiji stood up, withdrew the hand seal on the ground. And the ice on the ground completely dissipated. Unable to save Virgo, however, Akiji did not seem to have the slightest bit of emotional turmoil. No one knows what Akiji's intentions are in wanting to save Virgo, but ultimately failed. Whitebeard 737 now is the right time or not? Akiji was hesitating, seemingly considering. Virgo dies. This battle was aimed at the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. The two behind-the-scenes main characters actually ended up in a tragic result, death. The world's 20% super-rich king of berries, Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro, was pierced and killed by Whitebeard with a single slash. Virgo, using the burning fruit, planned this major event behind the scenes, wanting to make Doflamingo take revenge. Loyal to Doflamingo Don Quixote family's highest cadre, the result was even more miserable. Burned to death by the aftermath of Whitebeard and Fugitora's battle. Before death, he experienced complete despair, got hope for rebirth, but in the end, he completely perished. The results were disastrous to the extreme. Guild Tesoro was burned into a pile of gray bones by the blade. Virgo was hit by the aftershocks of the battle. The flames splattered towards the divine fire. Shiranui let it burn into a pile of black ash. The two of them thought of dealing with Whitebeard, but the results were both extremely miserable. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle on the other side, still in the same place, continues. Whitebeard took on an extremely domineering stance, holding a flame-like blade in his hand, slashing across everything. The blade energy poured down, endless flames burned fiercely, destroying everything. The sky was filled with flames that were crazily destroying everything. The blind Fujidora, with his exquisite swordsmanship, proficient in observation hockey, powerful armament hockey, and powerful gravity fruit ability, fought against Whitebeard. As the two people fought with swords, the sky was filled with fierce flames pouring out. As the two people fought, the fierce flame swept everything away, burning everything. The entire Golden City fell into complete chaos. Pink. Whitebeard slashed Fujitora back twice, holding the blade in his hand. Behind him was an endless flame burning fiercely, like a totem of flames towering over the sky. Edward. Newgate. Just then, Akiji, who had been silently hesitating, finally had to stand up. Standing opposite Whitebeard, Fujitora's side. This is the plan to oppose Whitebeard. Can resist the lava fruit's freezing fruit ability, is to restrain the burning fruit if Fujitora and Akiji join forces. I'm afraid it will be extremely disadvantageous to Whitebeard. Your opponent is me. Shiki the Golden Lion's long golden hair danced wildly, standing beside Whitebeard. He looked at Akiji crazily, his feet stepping on the two famous swords out to Kagurashi, not afraid of Akiji at all. Dong dong dong. But at this moment, never made a move against Bartholomew. Kuma, go. His eyes had long lost the vitality of humanity. What was left was just a type of intelligence that came from science and technology. He had been completely transformed into a living human weapon, a powerful, fearless, painless humanoid killing weapon. Can compress lightly, can move wounds, can turn around and fly strongly, meatball fruit. Contains the highest technology laser. Cold and mysterious sequence. His strength absolutely cannot be underestimated. Bartholomew. Kuma stood opposite Whitebeard. He came from the world's highest scientist, Vegapunk. He came from the world's government. Father. The Ice Witch, with a group of pirates under her command, charged forward. However, how could she be on par with Bartholomew? Kuma? Even if a group of people were added together, they would still lack a lot of Bartholomew. Kuma, damn it. This form is extremely disadvantageous to Whitebeard. Standing far away in the chaos of the crowd, holding a can of beer, King Rayleigh, waving his white hair, he was the only powerful person, without choosing a position, remaining neutral. You. Just these people? Even when facing several powerful people joining forces, even when facing people with far inferior strength, Whitebeard is still as calm and confident as ever. That kind of strong confidence stems from one's own incomparable strength. Edward. Newgate, you and the people around you, today must be abused here. Fujitora opened his mouth. His voice was low, neither happy nor sad, containing some kind of confidence. You guys, I'm afraid you are not our opponents. Who said they wanted to go together to deal with you guys? Whitebeard waved his hand. Behind him towering, terrifying flames burned. Your opponent is just me. Hucky. Extraordinary, powerful, and domineering. Whitebeard's words made Fujitora, Akiji, Bartholomew, Kuma's heart tremble. In the current world, in the entire Grand Line, under such a situation, he could still say such domineering and peerless words. I'm afraid that other than Whitebeard, no one else would dare to be so arrogant. Whitebeard didn't have any extra words. His entire body was filled with flames. His blade turned into a long line of flames, sweeping out. Behind him, the sky was burning fiercely, and it was pouring out crazily towards the enemy facing him _go. The sky was filled with fierce flames, the momentum was fierce, the temperature was terrifying to the extreme, accompanied by the blade, sweeping away Fujitora and everyone. Akiji, who had already left the Navy headquarters, was the first to make a move. No one knew Akiji's purpose in taking action. He had clearly escaped from the Navy headquarters, but now he was standing on the side of Fujitora. He did not belong to the Navy headquarters, nor did he belong to the world government. Akiji made a shocking move. Extremely cold freezing force. Like a high wall suddenly formed. The fierce flames were all frozen and blocked, unable to advance, losing that terrifying aura. Ice block, violent pheasant. Extremely cold air suddenly gathered at Akiji's right arm. Following his sudden punch, an ice bird was immediately released with a powerful impact force, to the point that even the air was frozen. Encountered a strong fire, everything was frozen. This ice bird received Whitebeard's sword, advance. Akiji himself stepped on the Marine Jeppa 6 form, rapidly rising into the air, and launched a surprise attack towards Whitebeard. Freeze. Bipedal spear. As he approached Whitebeard, Akiji stretched out his two hands, and in his hands were two frozen short spears, stabbing straight at Whitebeard. Crackle crackle. wherever Akiji's body passed. Even the air emitted a freezing cracking sound. Whitebeard was not afraid in danger. The deadly slash had already passed. There was no way to take it back. He suddenly blocked with his other hand, receiving Akiji's attack, punching out. Mr. Almost in an instant, the powerful invincible armament haki directly hovered within Whitebeard's fist. This punch below. Even the air exploded because of it. Winter. Without any surprise, Whitebeard punched Akiji's two short spears. In just a moment, a loud explosion shook the sky, and ice filled the sky and sea. And the one who took the initiative to attack Akiji was sent flying by Whitebeard's punch, cutting through a white, frozen trajectory, and violently flying out. No way! Flying upside down in the process, Akiji's eyes widened, in his eyes flowing unimaginable depth and shock. He couldn't believe it. In front of Whitebeard, there was clearly no shock. But he was still able to send him flying with one punch. Whitebeard's power. Too exaggerated, too terrifying. Akiji's body was covered in countless ice pools. His body was constantly disintegrating. It was obvious that he was injured from the fight with Whitebeard just now. Akiji felt incredibly extraordinary. Garp. Sengoku and the previous generation of Marines were the top forces, but Akiji was unable to take them all. Unexpectedly, at the same time, the obviously old and weak Whitebeard actually possessed such terrifyingly powerful strength, giving Akiji a kind of illusion. Whitebeard was completely in an extreme state. Akiji's strength is strong. Even though he was sent flying by Whitebeard with one punch, he still did something that others could not do, destroying Whitebeard's sword with its boundless flames. Extremely great strike down Whitebeard. This knife force damage. Just as Whitebeard was about to draw his sword and slash Akiji, Bartholomew Kuma made his move. His hand had already been taken off, the meatball in his hand aimed at the slashing blade, a palm strike out with a bang, directly sending the domineering and peerless blade flying away. Fresh flower bridge. At the same time, beside him appeared a super huge air compression ball, transmitting extremely terrifying fluctuations. This contained extremely terrifying destructive power. Massive air pressure ball, bare palm impact. Bartholomew Kuma took out the meatball and shot it against the large gas in the air, applying pressure, forming a large spherical gas block. Once released, the great force will react and produce a huge shock wave. Once released, the destructive force will be extremely great. In the next instant, the air around Bartholomew Kuma was compressed, and this compression enveloped his entire body. Space teleportation. All these things talk about a long time, but actually only happen in an extremely short time. Almost in an instant, Bartholomew Kuma, carrying a large sphere of compressed air, moved to Whitebeard's side, holding the extremely large compressed air ball in his hand, and pushed it towards Whitebeard. This emitting terrifying fluctuations. Containing extremely terrifying destructive force, the large-shaped compressed air ball, with extremely fast speed, pushed towards Whitebeard. The saber was hit by a bullet. There was no way to immediately withdraw and launch a slash. The other hand that had just punched Akiji had already stopped. Whitebeard's situation at this time is extremely dangerous. Once this terrifying shockwave hits the target, even Whitebeard will be injured on the spot. Once injured, facing several extremely terrifying enemies, Whitebeard will be in complete danger. How can he defend against Bartholomew Kuma's huge air pressure stimulating insect balls? Take all these risks and nip them in the bud. Originally in the Devil's Triangle region, Bartholomew Kuma used the same method, causing Zoro to be seriously injured and almost die, but now he was slightly suppressed. It was estimated that it was 10 times that time. Has 10 times the terrifying air recoil destructive force. No matter how strong the body is, resisting this level of attack at close range will definitely result in serious injury in an instant. But in front of the Golden City, surrounded by enemies, Whitebeard cannot be allowed to have such injuries. Seeing that the compressed airball was about to fall on Whitebeard, the situation was hanging by a thread. A sharp slash rapidly slashed over. This extremely powerful slash was like a bolt of lightning, suddenly rushed over, with terrifying force, forcing Bartholomew Kuma to push towards Whitebeard's compressed airball and slashed out. Noisy. The compressed ball was slashed open, the terrifying pressure was about to explode. Like a nuclear warhead exploding, producing a terrifying vortex of air, exploding in an instant, stirring up in all directions. The situation is extremely scary. Bartholomew. Kuma was slashed in half, but 553 came to Black Sword Knight to force him back. Defeated by Whitebeard with 3 swords, Hawkeye my hawk, in this critical situation, stood up and stood on the opposing side of the world government. This made Bartholomew. Kuma couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everyone is in for a treat. Regardless of whether it was the Navy on this side or the people on Whitebeard's side, they couldn't help but be surprised. Eagle Eye will actively stand on Whitebeard's side. This means is an enemy with the world government. This most difficult person to stand on the team actually became the person on Whitebeard's side. Mr. Mihawk, why did you help Whitebeard? Fujitora's blind eyes were the first to open his mouth. He didn't need his eyes to see, as if everything in this world couldn't be hidden from him. I work all my life. I don't need to report to you, right? Mihawk looked at Fujitora and the others with cold eyes and said coldly. Otherwise, Dad, forget, you are the 7 warlords of the sea. The world government's subordinate force. Must listen to the world government's signals. Fujitora said in a low, serious voice without any doubt. On his body, the robe of justice fluttered. A man of justice, without a doubt. The title of the 7 warlords of the sea is not what I wanted. It was those people who gave me the tough competition. Eagle Eyes coldly said. Seemingly not wanting to say another word, on the contrary, speaking was meaningless, with Eagle Eye's cold personality, not even willing to explain. Talking is useless, then fight. Fujitora in hand-walking stick, suddenly slashed out, target Whitebeard. Terrifying gravity, instantly added to the entire Golden City, countless beloved buildings, under the terrifying gravity. Rumbled as if pressed down like an underground layer. Whitebeard took the opportunity to retract his blade, receiving the sudden stab of light, his entire body covered in domineering flames, slashing horizontally out. The sky was filled with flames burning fiercely. Fierce momentum. The whole stadium became terror. At the same time, Akiji, who was slashed away by Whitebeard, also returned for the second time, trying to attack. Shiki the Golden Lion roared in anger and charged towards Akiji. This battle must let Whitebeard take down the victory. Only then can our path to world domination be realized. Can't lose. Shiki the Lion King is extremely determined. He must win. Want to dominate the entire world. Completely oppose the world government. Even overthrow the world government. This battle absolutely cannot lose. Akiji's freezing ability is truly terrifying. When he attacks, his terrifying freezing force is limitless. Almost every piece of space is frozen. Perhaps the Golden Lion Shiki was no different. His floating fruit ability was unleashed to its limits. Waving his hands, countless lion heads shot up from the ground, destroying all the ice. The 2 people broke out into a world-shaking battle. On the other side, Bartholomew Kuma and Hawkeye Mihawk had a shocking battle. No one can compare to the slash. Each slash, extremely faraway structures are slashed. Bartholomew Kuma's moves were even more exaggerated. His hand had a bare palm. When he struck, there was a terrifying elasticity. Every time he raised his hand or lifted his foot, a terrifying force was released. It also has instant displacement ability. Bartholomew Kuma's strength is much stronger than anyone could imagine. Even the Ice Witch, a famous pirate in the New World, couldn't get her hands on it. This kind of level of fighting can be imagined terrifying. Each person who took action had the strength of a Navy general. The whole city, completely in chaos inside. Boom, boom, boom. Like thunder in the destruction explosion, the city is constantly exploding. Everything, be it gold or architecture, is destroyed by the battle. Boom. The ultimate battle broke out. The entire Golden City was blown away in the air. Thunder is falling from the sky. What a horrible situation. And outside, the same terrifying scene appeared. Countless types of extremely large warships completely surrounded the Golden City, surrounded it to the point where no water could get through. And a terrifying type of extremely large fortress aimed at the Golden City. And those pirate groups that tried to escape by pirate ship or swimming were all killed by various means. The only thing that stopped them was the terrifying force from the world government, human living weapons, led by Mamamoru, the pacifista. New World, New Navy Headquarters. marshaled Trong solemnly in his office. Akainu, dressed in a righteous robe, picked up his cell phone and transmitted an order, according to my previous arrangement. All warships participating in the Gran Tesoro siege operation open their camera cell phones. Broadcast this major siege operation live. Akainu means right word said. This time he has absolute confidence. He can destroy Whitebeard among countless pirates. This is absolutely historic moment. In the entire history of the Navy headquarters, there is a unique opportunity. In history, there has never been a single time when so many pirates were destroyed. 263, under the influence of Guild Tesoro this time. The world's #1 swordsmanship convention gathered countless great pirates. Bring in countless pirates. Absolutely surpass the top of the battle number of participants. Mobilize forces, also completely at the top of the battle to advance. Moreover, there is a key point. This time, in the world's #1 swordsmanship convention of the Golden City, many pirates participated. All of them were injured. Edward, Newgate this time, you must perish. Akainu is extremely determined. Because of this, Akainu and the 5 elders had a rare chance to reach a consensus and arranged countless methods, all of which were to destroy all the pirates inside Whitebeard. Sue and the world's #1 swordsman have all pirates. Even the Golden City is inside. Together destroy. Then, Shun immediately could swallow the original capital belonging to Uguerda. Tesoro's huge assets. The world's 20% wealthiest can use wealth to control the celestial dragons. This is what makes people crazy about huge assets. That is enough to make the whole world crazy with wealth. The world government, Navy headquarters also crazy with huge assets. Annex the wealthy Guild Tesoro. Destroy Whitebeard among countless pirates. This one-time military action absolutely can re-enter the naval history book's great event, super action. Once successful, Akainu's military merit will increase again. Of course, as Marshal Akainu, regardless of military achievements, can. Like this can re-enter the history of major military operations. Destroys so many pirates. Not only is it a merit, not only is it an honor, the more it creates history, the more it can let Akainu increase the status in the hearts of the Marines in the place. The Marines all admired Akainu's wise decision. Moreover, this one-time major event success rate, supernaturally high. This is also why Akainu would be so determined, so confident to let his subordinates open up to the world to broadcast live images. Not only did he want to increase his image in the Marines, he also had to pass on his personal wise and divine decision to the entire world, so that the entire world's people, the entire world's pirates, the entire world's Marines would all remember him, the moment Sakazuki created history. Whitebeard, although I, because of certain matters, cannot personally participate in the action of destroying you, without me, I can still destroy you. Akainu was extremely confident. His face was covered in black charcoal, filled with determination. Go live. Let the whole world remember this great moment. Go away. On the outer surface of the Gran Tesoro Sea, one after another on the huge warships, each sailor brought the already prepared large photo phone insects and pushed them onto the deck. Open to all over the world's super big live broadcast. The Marines under Akainu's command, for this once major event, conducted a live broadcast. Guild Tesoro was originally one with the world government. Akainu's one order had already been transmitted to Guild Tesoro's original phone numbers that were spread out on every island in the world. Of course, Akainu had also added quite a few. Because of Guild Tesoro's financial resources, along with Akainu's deliberate actions. This made it so that almost all the world's islands with pirates and Marines could watch the live broadcast. The image after opening. The whole world is in an uproar. The original world's #1 swordsmanship convention had already caused the whole world to boil over. Whitebeard held the world's #1 sword title, making the pirates watching the live broadcast even more excited. Can follow live broadcast image because Huang Jincheng in the chaotic battle, the camera phone completely shattered. Live broadcast cut off. At this time, the second live broadcast was connected, and what was seen was countless Navy soldiers surrounding and sweeping the Golden City from all directions, together with countless crazy pirates fleeing, being mercilessly exterminated by the pacifista. Shocking image. This moment. The world is boiling. Oh my god. After Guild Tesoro died, the world government went crazy. So too, 3 types of extremely large warships. Even if it is an unusual summons compared to that, it would also pale in comparison. It's not just an unusual summons. I even feel courageous. This one-time major event, if compared to the Summit War, is even more terrifying. This is a major military action aimed at Whitebeard? The world government and the Navy headquarters are crazy. Want to conduct a second Summit War? This time, will Whitebeard repeat the same mistakes? Countless people were terrified, extremely nervously staring at the live broadcast image. The whole world is boiling everywhere. This world is completely crazy. This is the first time since Akaina took over the position of Marshal that he has so arrogantly launched a large-scale military operation. Live military action broadcast worldwide. What kind of confidence is this, to make such a confident decision? Want to repeat that shocking summit battle image? Countless people were extremely anxious to watch the battle. Since Whitebeard's reincarnation, the Navy headquarters' various methods against Whitebeard have all failed miserably. But right now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Is a never-ending, unpredictable opportunity. The world's #1 swordsmanship convention gathered countless pirates, and the Navy carried out a large-scale act of destruction at this time. It must be catching turtles in a jar. No escape from life. And in the shocking battle, the Golden City has entered a true white heat transformation. Because of the Eagle Eye's entry, the situation became 5-5 open. Whitebeard slashed his sword, sending flames filling the sky. The 8 desolates, extremely terrifying. Even though Fujitora's strength was boundless and unfathomable, in Whitebeard's hands, he still couldn't gain any advantage, and was even forced back by Whitebeard continuously, vaguely showing signs of decline. This makes a lot of people nervous. Whitebeard's strength is truly terrifying. After obtaining the burning fruit, that blade's power became even more overwhelming and peerless. If it weren't for Fujitora's extremely strong observation haki, I'm afraid Fujitora would have long since become Whitebeard's soul blade. Many people became impressed. Boom! Whitebeard suddenly slashed out, the blade transformed into a fire dragon, twisting towards Fujitora to kill. The fire burned fiercely wherever it passed. The air was burned to boiling. Unstoppable. Fujitora didn't dare to be careless. Otherwise it was very possible that he would die on the spot, becoming Whitebeard's soul under the blade. He held his breath, used all his strength, dodged to the original spot, fully deployed his observation haki, and without any reservation, his armament haki circled around his entire body. The fierce flame blade was dodged, but the blazing fire landed on Fujitora. Even though Fujitora used his haki to strengthen his weapon, he was still burned to the point of unbearable pain. Whitebeard did not stop at all, in a one-on-one situation. Who would dare to fight the top Whitebeard? Don't mention Fujitora, even Keidu would also have to think carefully. Roar! The domineering saber was swung sideways, like a fire dragon-like saber, suddenly turning back, instantly piercing through towards Fujitora. Boom! Fire dragon bombardment. Fujitora luckily escapes for the second time. Fujitora attacked again, the gravity blade slashed. The sky full of fierce flames were guided by gravity, forcibly pressing down on the ground, burning the ground to ashes. Like lightning. Light flashed. Fujitora's gravity blade slashed towards Whitebeard's body. Of course! Whitebeard used the handle of his saber, swirling around his powerful haki armament, to block Fujitora's gravity slash. Not only that, Whitebeard suddenly swung his saber. The saber blade traced a trajectory in the air, suddenly slashing towards Fujitora. Poof! Fujitora didn't have time to retract his sword. There was nowhere to hide. He was directly slashed by Whitebeard, blood flying. Wow! But at this moment, several figures with spears directly appeared beside Whitebeard, blocking the ongoing battle between Whitebeard and Fujitora. Edward, Newgate, today, you must die. The 4 people who came were all from the Blackbeard pirates who had previously escaped from the Charlotte family, the 4 general stars of the sweet snack. These 4 people even had bandages on their wounds. Charlotte family, sweet dessert of the 4 general stars. It looks like the 4 of you want to join forces to deal with Whitebeard. With Whitebeard, friendship knows new hatred, now is revenge. The 4 generals of the pastry snacks joined, directly causing the originally settled battle to become difficult to distinguish. This one turn, no one expected. The 4 generals of the Star Clan have been hiding in the Golden City for a while now, looking for a chance to get their hands on Whitebeard. Until now. Finally found the best time. Do you think you can avenge Charlotte Linlin? Whitebeard faced the 5 people surrounding him, but did not move at all. His expression was normal. But he carried a fierce confidence, an incomparable strong self-confidence. If you want to avenge her, then live a comfortable life and enjoy the last time of your lives. Charlotte. Smoothie coldly snorted. The one who should be enjoying the last time is you. Boom. Sweet dessert. For generals of the star, take action. For people with supernatural strength. All kinds of abilities are completely displayed, terrifying beyond measure. To true. Fujitora took action like that, he would not easily let go of this kind of heaven-sent opportunity. I once guessed that you would become the person who destroyed our Charlotte family. Now looking back, how could you become that person? Charlotte. Katakuri said coldly. His observation haki was so strong that he could predict the short future. He had once predicted a short image, Whitebeard alone, destroying the Charlotte clan. But at this moment, Charlotte. Katakuri did not believe the meaning of that guest explanation. In his opinion, Whitebeard was at most just a tinderbox. But Charlotte. Katakuri is even more confident about today's actions. Because they and Fujitora joined forces, what kind of exaggerated combat power combination is this? Even Whitebeard would have a hard time resisting. Whitebeard is in a very dangerous situation. 5 supernatural powerhouses join hands to deal with Whitebeard. How dangerous and terrifying the situation is, anyone can imagine it. Dad. The Blackbeard pirates wanted to risk their lives to help Whitebeard, but suddenly more pirates rushed out, and they were from the Blackbeard pirates. They followed Shiryu and finally watched as Whitebeard hacked Shiryu to death and had an unusual hatred for Whitebeard. These Blackbeard pirates are amazing. They entangled all the people of the Ice Witch. This battle involved countless pirate gangs. The complicated battle form is enough to terrify anyone. Far away on the sea. The military ship on the phone camera can clearly capture the situation on Whitebeard's side. The warship received the order, waited for the battle on the island to end, and then launched a crazy bombardment. In addition, anyone who tries to escape from the 270 islands, whether pirates or others, will be beheaded or captured by the commander-in-chief. Whitebeard's current situation was broadcast live and instantly caused a stir around the world. Whitebeard is in unprecedented, major danger. Oh my god. Charlotte family. The 4 generals' sweet snacks should avenge Charlotte Linlin, the 4th emperor's aunt. Fujitora. For general sweets. 5 people working together, it's really terrifying. Even forcing Whitebeard to continuously retreat. Countless people became nervous inside. Whitebeard's situation now is extremely critical. The whole world was in an uproar. Countless people were slightly shocked, countless people became nervous. Boom boom boom. On the earth-shattering island, fighting is constantly erupting. But at this time, Whitebeard, because of Akainu's live broadcast command, once again obtained approximately several 100,000 sentiment values. Originally, he had no sentiment values used to restore his ultimate state. But now he had added several 100,000 sentiment values, causing Whitebeard to become happy. Whitebeard's happy expression fell into the eyes of the 4 generals of the starry sky. But in the eyes of no one, he looked down on them, which made them even more angry. The 4 men went berserk and madly attacked Whitebeard. Pfft. Suddenly, a reward of 932 million Charlotte berries was offered. Smoothie stabbed Whitebeard in the body with a sword. Seeing such a scene, Charlotte. Smoothie couldn't help but become happy. But before she could be more surprised, the smile on her face instantly froze, and that joy also changed into horror. Only saw Whitebeard's terrifying fist like a cannonball carrying haki. Rumblingly landed on Charlotte. Smoothie chest. Boom, the sweet snack of the 4 generals, Charlotte. Smoothie was broken by Whitebeard's punch, a bloody mist exploded. Charlotte. Smoothie's body was crushed after being blown to pieces, carrying fresh blood flying out, falling far into the sea. The 4 generals' sweet snacks, one of them is still missing. Whitebeard exchanged his life for a spear. Hateful. Charlotte. Katakuri said hatefully. Deck, he roared angrily. Let's go together. Whitebeard is injured. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate Whitebeard. Whitebeard killed the 4 generals of the sweet snack, but paid a heavy price for the injury. In such a fierce battle, once injured, the situation becomes extremely dangerous. Including Fujitora, The 4 people inside were all overjoyed, all killing towards Whitebeard. La 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 la. Faced with such a dangerous situation, Whitebeard not only did not have the slightest bit of worry, but instead laughed heartily. This makes so many people surprised. Whitebeard suddenly swung his saber fiercely. The strong flames burned and destroyed, instantly cutting through the 4 general snacks, with a reward of 600 million Charlotte. Snack. The latter is the one who bears the brunt. In a flash, it was swallowed by the sea of fire. Sweet snack 4 General Tin 2 Charlotte. Snack, leave me. This scene made Charlotte Katakuri feel extremely painful. For them, such a situation must be like experiencing a huge difference between heaven and hell. This isn't right. Whitebeard was clearly injured. How did he manage to not be affected by his injuries in such a short period of time? Shun slashed Charlotte. Snack, only under normal circumstances could he risk his life to do it. Whitebeard just got seriously injured. It's impossible to do. Everyone was a little scared. Just now clearly saw with his own eyes, Charlotte Smoothie stabbed Whitebeard's body with a sword, causing quite a serious injury. Maybe. Whitebeard's eyes were as if nothing had happened. Charlotte Katakuri is terrified. Fujitora was also surprised. The entire world watching pirate group, all terrified. What they didn't know was that the moment Whitebeard was injured, he immediately called out the system and used the emotional value he had just obtained to completely treat his physical injuries. Speaking of which, I also have to thank Akainu for broadcasting this big event live. Only Whitebeard can get so much emotional value, enough for Whitebeard to waste. The 4 generals of the snack group and Fujitora joined forces to kill Whitebeard, but in the end, Whitebeard killed Charlotte Snack and Charlotte Smoothie in an extremely short period of time. Give people a scary eye. I don't believe Whitebeard isn't injured. Charlotte Cracker screamed, holding back his anger and taking action. As he let out a long scream, countless densely packed biscuit warriors, holding shields and long swords, appeared around him. Charlotte Cracker is also evolving into countless biscuit arms. Senju Cracker. Each arm also has absolute strength. Each arm can also skillfully coordinate the use of swordsmanship and shield. The offense and defense are almost invincible. In the New World can be said to be famous super big pirate. Powerful armament hockey instantly penetrated his shield and the giant sword above. Charlotte Cracker took the lead and charged towards Whitebeard. Countless densely packed warrior biscuits rushed towards Whitebeard. Big situation. Abnormally shocking. This is human C strategy. If it were someone else, they would definitely be covered by the human wave tactic, then slashed to death by Senju Cracker with the giant sword below. Maybe Whitebeard won't. How could biscuits pose a threat to him? No kidding. Only to see Whitebeard suddenly brandish his sword. Suddenly, the wind howled, the flames turned into a storm. From the fierce flames burning on the blade, it was swung out. This fierce firestorm, with terrifying force, gathered countless densely packed biscuit warriors. The fierce fire high temperature even instantly burned countless biscuit warriors. In a flash, the sky was filled with fire. The fire raged as the storm passed, and all the biscuit soldiers were burned to ashes, and were blown away by a raging wind, scattering dust into the sky. But the form of a sea of fire in the dust. Senju Cracker risked his life to charge towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard suddenly domineeringly slashed. The flames burned fiercely. The blade was like a mad dragon, aimed at Cracker, slashing down from the sky. Of course, Charlotte Cracker's countless arms held huge shields, struggling to block the saber baw's slashing attack. As the saber tilted and fell, the fierce flames instantly turned into a ring of vibration, pushing out from the huge shield. Can stop Whitebeard with one slash. It's enough to prove Charlotte Cracker's strength, especially those terrifyingly powerful arms. The more it attracts the attention of others. Die for me, Charlotte Cracker screamed, his remaining countless arms, holding giant swords, slashed towards Whitebeard. This all has terrifying force arm, simultaneously put all strength on the giant sword. Floating hockey-armed giant sword, instantly slashed out, even the air was cut to death. Has extremely terrifying destructive power. You little brat. What a stupid idea. Faced with such a terrifying slash, Whitebeard was not afraid at all. The huge slash suddenly swung sideways. Block Cracker's slash attack towards the giant sword. Pink. Like thunder, an explosion sounded, and the airwaves exploded like nuclear warheads, sending countless explosive flames flying into the sky, charging towards Yunxiao, a terrifying sight. What? The next second, Cracker's pupils suddenly contracted. His entire body instantly felt numb, his back turned cold, and his body wanted to quickly retreat. Exactly. Divine Fire. Shiranui, already from the blade position, rumblingly pulled Cracker into it. In just a flash, Senja Cracker was enveloped in a sea of fire, the divine fire of the 8 Desolates. Shiranui directly set Cracker on fire. A. Cracker screams miserably. The inside is numb and screaming miserably. Even though he kept rolling around on the ground, he still couldn't destroy that terrifying divine fire. Waiting for Cracker's result, there is only one, that is to be burned to death. And at this moment, Charlotte, Katakuri, and Fujitora almost simultaneously attacked. The two of them used terrifying force to penetrate Whitebeard's body. At this moment, Whitebeard was completely unable to draw his sword to block the attack of 2 general-level experts. Almost in an instant, Whitebeard fell into an extremely dangerous and desperate situation. The pirates watching the battle all held their breath, staring at the projection on the phone. Each breath was rapid. As Whitebeard fell into danger, everyone was extremely nervous. No surprises. Whitebeard didn't have time to make any defensive moves. Charlotte, Kata Warehouse, Good King Zhao, Chestnut, and Fujitora attack has fallen on Whitebeard's body. Fujitora's walking stick, along with Charlotte's Katakuri's giant drill sword, almost simultaneously pierced through Whitebeard's body, one on the left and one on the right. 2 huge blood-soaked holes appeared on Whitebeard's tall and strong body. This moment, everyone became excited. Countless people became terrified. Fujitora and Charlotte family suite snack 4 generals join hands, finally at the time when 3 generals fall. Seize Whitebeard's once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, Fujitora and Charlotte. Katakuri, the 2 of them almost at the same time, simultaneously pierced through Whitebeard's body. At this moment, the whole world is boiling. Oh my god! What did I see? Whitebeard's body was pierced by Fujitora and Katakuri at the same time. In this situation, Whitebeard is afraid to be in danger. This kind of level of expert competition, a little bit of injury, is enough to be fatal. Whitebeard is afraid, has fallen into a desperate situation. In such a situation, how should Whitebeard resolve it? Whitebeard's 2 huge bloody holes on his body made countless people admire him. Everyone was surprised. In a hurry, no time to prepare. No one thought that someone as powerful as Whitebeard would suffer such a terrible injury. If Whitebeard didn't think of killing Cracker, he definitely wouldn't have been injured. Someone looked at Whitebeard's bloody holes and felt his scalp numb, and exclaimed, "Whitebeard has always been so domineering." He probably already knew that Katakuri and Fujitora would follow Cracker and attack. Whitebeard probably already prepared to be injured. Whitebeard chose to domineeringly kill Cracker. This is Whitebeard's style. Someone is very enthusiastic to say, "Yes, 630. This is the same as always domineering Whitebeard. Saying I want to kill you, Cracker, I will definitely kill you. Even if I know I will get hurt, I will absolutely not frown." A single person fought 5 top experts and even killed 3 of them. This level of achievement can be seen throughout the entire Grand Line. The person who can do it is also a phoenix. Also have such admiration. New World, New Navy Headquarters. Akainu, who was watching the live broadcast all along, saw such a scene and revealed a long-lost smile. Great joy. Akainu only said 4 words. His words expressing how happy he was at the moment. That kind of suffocation, I don't know how many times, suffocation, I don't know how long, sad mood, when released then happy. Even just seeing Whitebeard injured would feel extremely refreshing. Very good. Mr. A smile, your performance makes this old man very satisfied. Akainu secretly nodded in his heart. He had once shouted at Fujitora Isho to go deal with Whitebeard. If he failed, he should not return to any naval base. When he saw the image of Fujitora piercing Whitebeard with a sword, Akainu was destroyed. Akainu picked up the phone and gave orders to the Golden City's outer warship. You guys just capture those fleeing pirates. If they resist, execute them on the spot. There's no need to rush to bombard Grand Tesoro. Akainu's intentions are sinister. This order, represents. He wants the whole world to enjoy a little. Whitebeard's desperate situation. Hong Kim Ton. Father, Whitebeard. Seeing such a scene of the Ice Witch, the Golden Lion Shiki, and many other Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but let out a cry. This scene stimulated them. They tried harder to fight and kill, wanted to escape their opponent, and go help Whitebeard father. All these things talk about a long time, but actually only happen in an extremely short time. At Charlotte. Katakuri, a sword pierced through Whitebeard's body. Then he revealed an extremely confident smile. Whitebeard, our grudge ends here. But when Charlotte. Katakuri raised his head to look at Whitebeard, he saw Whitebeard, who had been pierced with 2 huge blood holes, but his eyebrows didn't even twitch. His expression was calm like never before. Even Charlotte. Katakuri at Whitebeard on the face, that black moon-shaped Whitebeard above both sides of the face, saw a smile. In this flash, there is no reason. Charlotte. Katakuri suddenly felt a wave of fear in his heart. His back turned cold, his scalp numb. Whitebeard. Charlotte. Katakuri has no reason to think of Whitebeard 3 words. After Whitebeard's body was pierced, not only did he not feel the sense of urgency he felt in a desperate situation, he even revealed a smile. In this place, life is on the line. The blade of origin in Whitebeard's hand transformed, turning into a ball of divine fire. Shiranui, hovering in Whitebeard's right hand, advanced, and Whitebeard's left hand, hovering on the extremely powerful Haki armament. Right hand divine fire, left hand armament Haki. It sounds slow, but it happens very fast. Suddenly, Whitebeard's left hand, which was filled with Haki, grabbed Charlotte Katakuri's neck, and his right hand burned the head of the fire god fist, and he punched Charlotte Katakuri. Or not. In this instant, Charlotte Katakuri's scalp went numb, cold sweat poured down, and she was exhausted and internally screaming miserably. The more he struggled desperately, wanting to escape Whitebeard's bondage. Exactly. It's too late. The loud noise echoed. Whitebeard brought the divine fire left fist. A punch broke at Charlotte Katakuri's head forward. Boom. Charlotte Katakuri's head was instantly smashed. Like fireworks exploding. The brilliant and beautiful divine fire instantly exploded. Fresh blood burned by divine fire. The brain was instantly burned to charcoal. Boom. In the next instant, the divine fire Shiranui ignited Charlotte Katakuri's headless body. A loud bang echoed. The headless corpse burning with flames fell to the ground. Charlotte Katakuri also did not immediately die. His body struggled in the flames, constantly struggling. Struggling inside, Charlotte Katakuri turned into a pile of ashes. All of this sounds like a long story, but in reality it only happened in a very short period of time. Whitebeard punched and clawed, breaking Charlotte Katakuri's head. Then, the left fist burning with divine fire suddenly swung up, smashing towards Fujitora. In the process of swinging the fist, the originally transformed into a ball of divine fire blade appeared again. The whole body of flame blade suddenly stabbed towards the tiger. Fujitora knew he was in danger and quickly pulled out his staff that pierced Whitebeard's body and blocked it in front of him. The fierce sword strike hit Fujitora's cane on the sword. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosion sound. The sky was filled with fierce flames. In a flash it swept back, like a tidal wave, covering the sky and earth and sweeping back out. In the sea of fire, Fujitora's whole body flew out. Poof! Whitebeard pulled out the hilt of this drill-shaped giant sword from his body, and a streak of crimson blood came out. But on Whitebeard's face, there was not even a trace of pain or suffering, not even a single frown on his eyebrows. The sky is spinning backwards. Not far away, a group of pirates were desperately killing each other. Seeing Whitebeard kill someone, they couldn't help but feel mentally shocked. Father turned danger into safety. Too good. Ice Demon Maiden, Golden Lion Shiki, and the others' fighting enthusiasm rose even higher, unleashing their absolute fighting power. Numb. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The entire world watching the live broadcast of pirates and marines all sucked in a breath of cold air. No one thought that Whitebeard would, in that kind of desperate situation, with such a simple and brutal manner and such a domineering attitude, reverse the situation in an instant, change the world, and kill Charlotte Katakuri, force Fujitora back. This is Whitebeard. A natural-born tyrannical king. Too shocking. Look at me, my blood boils. Whitebeard is indeed Whitebeard. Terrifying. Exciting. Absolutely domineering. Amazing. Countless people became enthusiastic. Boom. But at the Marine headquarters, Akainu was not simply shocked. He finally found a chance to throw a punch, but in the blink of an eye, he became Whitebeard's counterattack and killed someone, forcing Fujitora to retreat. Face. Simply naked face slapping. Simple brutal hockey face slap. Make Akainu's face turn black. Damn Whitebeard. What a stubborn worm. Akainu took a deep breath. After seeing the 2 bloody holes on Whitebeard's body, his mood slightly improved, and he immediately said fiercely, "Edward Newgate, you are seriously injured. In the end there is only one outcome, a miserable death at Gran Tesoro." The whole world was shocked. Akainu's anger, etc. were not positive emotions. All transformed into Whitebeard's emotional value. This time, Whitebeard estimated to have obtained several 100,000 sentiment values. After pulling out Charlotte's Katakuri greatsword, Whitebeard directly let the system heal his body. The consumption is a bit exaggerated, about 120,000 sentiment value consumption. But still a sword. Using battle to nurture battle, still has plenty, still has a large amount of tens of thousands of sentiment values left, and also has a continuous and endless sentiment value in the book. Fresh flower bridge. Whitebeard had 2 bloody holes on his body, and the growth rate could be seen with the naked eye. Not long after, he was completely healed. Not even a scar was left. Noisy. At this moment, the whole world was once again in an uproar. But Akainu saw such a scene, the corner of his eyes became even more angry. Just now he said that Whitebeard was seriously injured and would definitely die. Akainu, at this moment, felt like he was slapped by Whitebeard across the Grand Line, fiercely and loudly. Damn it. What the hell does Whitebeard have on him? How could he instantly heal that level of blood loss? Akainu gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Humph. Whitebeard. Even if your physical body has extraordinary recovery ability, you probably still can't withstand my countless artillery bombardments." Although he was hit twice in the face in a row, Akainu was very uncomfortable. However, the outer ring of the Golden City on the sea surface had long been surrounded by the world government and the Navy headquarters forces, making it impossible for water to escape. Don't talk about pirates, even a fly can't escape with wings. Those fleeing pirates, without exception, were all captured or beaten to death on the spot. Until now, escaped countless pirates, none of them succeeded. The current situation, as before, does not need to be optimistic. On the holy land of Mariewa, the 5 elders saw Whitebeard's self-healing ability, and were also a piece of surprise. This Edward Newgate, what kind of power does he have? That he can come back to life, that he can instantly heal his physical body. Although I really want to get his secret. However, thinking of capturing him alive, the hope is slim, almost hopeless. Why not kill him, bring back his body, let Vegapunk study it? That's right. Undead, no problem. And at this time, in this building called the Holy Land of Mariewa, the Forbidden Laboratory, Vegapunk was also watching the live broadcast. He saw Whitebeard's various actions. That well of calm in his heart was still terrified by Whitebeard's ferocity. Resurrection from the dead. A weapon that can take on a Logia-type devil is truly powerful. Super fast wound closure. What the hell is this science and technology? Vegapunk frowned. The more he showed concern for Whitebeard, the more Whitebeard became surprised, even feeling terrified. Vegapunk, who is known as the world's leading intellectual by 500 years, is still the first time he encountered a mysterious matter that he could not do. Gran Tesoro was surrounded by a 3-odd type of extremely large warship. The earth-shattering battle caused the Golden City to be destroyed in an instant. The city had long since been destroyed, and the remaining huge islands were already concave and convex. Terrifying cracks were everywhere, dense and intricate. Just looking at them made one's scalp tingle. Such a terrifying appearance was completely exposed before the eyes of the world. Fujitora was forced back, but Whitebeard did not stop his attack. Whitebeard held a sword in his hand, and suddenly, he slashed towards Fujitora. The crimson divine fire burned the air to boiling point and distorted it. The fierce flames pulled up the huge birthday, sweeping away Fujitora. Facing Whitebeard's attack, Fujitora did not dare to be careless. The gravity power suddenly exploded. The terrifying gravity formed around Fujitora's body in an instant, like a mud puddle, suppressed the fierce momentum. The fierce charging flames. It's not that the flames have weight, but under the action of gravity, the air is pulled down like tiny strings, in thousands of tiny strings, forming terrifying waterfall-like air currents, using this to press the flames down. Extremely terrifying gravity. Yet unable to suppress the fierce, slashing blade that carried a sharp whistling sound. Because the blade had already transformed into an element, the flame had no weight and was not affected by gravity. This one point almost made Fujitora despair. Boom! The saber move was not beyond speculation at all, slashing towards Fujitora. In a life-or-death situation, Fujitora used his staff to block the saber move. Was instantly engulfed by flames. Final. Fujitora flew out of the sea of fire, his whole body burned black. Extremely miserable. Even Fujitora's mouth corner appeared a circle of blood, which was shocking to see. He is injured. Fujitora joined forces with the 4 generals of the 5-star army to surround and kill Whitebeard. This was a comfortable ups and downs, full of excitement and danger, filled with unknowns. And the battle was filled with changes in blood pressure. In the end, all 4 generals of the 4-star army were killed by Whitebeard's blade. Fujitora was injured and vomited blood and flew backwards. This was a temporary end. Before long, Fujitora, Akiji, Bartholomew, and Kuma were forced back and gathered together. Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, the 3 Eagle Eyes, and the 3 front men oppose each other. Kill, kill, kill. The remaining pirates on Whitebeard's side are still fighting together with the Marines and Blackbeard's pirates. Shout, kill, to the heavens. Long. Shiryu brought the remnants of the Blackbeard pirates under the fierce attack of the Ice Witch. All were killed. The Ice Witch followed a lot of pirates, and they all gathered around Whitebeard. Father, the current situation, there's no need to be optimistic. Everyone knows the most dangerous situation is definitely not facing the 3 top powerhouses, but on the outer sea. Those huge warships one after another, those unusually dim and fierce artillery fire from the warships that are summoned. Edward. Newgate. The old man's revenge, let me report it. At this moment, holding a giant battle axe in his hand, he slashed through countless pirates with a majestic and domineering aura, Mamamoru. Carrying with him the powerful pacifist-born scientific soldiers, appeared on the island. In the old man's mouth, of course it was Borsellino, Kizaru. Also don't know what kind of relationship Kizaru and Mamamoru have. Kizaru was killed by Whitebeard at Punk Hazard Island. From then on, Mamamoru still wanted to find a chance to take revenge on Kizaru the old man. He needed to kill Whitebeard, but Akaina still didn't agree. Until this one. The world government directly orders Mamamoru to lead the Pacifista to mobilize. Mamamoru finally want to take a direct revenge opportunity. As a rookie Mamamoru, he is fearless, domineering. Completely unafraid of Whitebeard's terrifying strength, and also unafraid of life and death. Pfft. Mamamoru's giant hammer swung up, passing by at the moment. He killed a group of pirates with strength no less than him. The battle axe was stained with blood, continuously dripping down. Make Mamamoru look more ferocious and crazy. And behind him were each one of them who knew no pain, knew no life or death, and feared no living humanoid weapons. The Pacifista was even more powerful to the limit, sweeping through 9 pirates who were trying to escape or resist. Lasers swept down. All the pirates were shot to death without exception. Whitebeard, the head on your neck, let me take it off. Mamamoru was extremely confident and shouted wildly. La 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 la. Take the head on my neck. Don't joke. Little devil. Your little bit of strength is only enough to make this old man itchy. Whitebeard is even more domineering, shaking the heart. Stab. Dark clouds suddenly filled the sky above Grantazaro. Lightning danced in the thunderclouds. Thunder exploded, booming in everyone's ears. Not long after, dark clouds filled the sky. The originally solemn atmosphere suddenly became even more stifling. The New World's weather is so changeable. One second it might still be clear skies with dark clouds, the next second it might be thunderclouds pressing down, with thunderstorms and gusts of wind rising. And at any moment it could be accompanied by lightning and pouring rain. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning illuminated the heavens and earth. Thunder suddenly exploded, deafening. Shocking beyond compare. Watching the live broadcast, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. The dense pacifista surrounded the entire island. The sky was filled with dark clouds. It was like the end of the world. Extremely terrifying. This kind of scene was truly too shocking. Whitebeard. This time I'm afraid it will be more bad than good. There are people who are so amazed. Everyone tacitly admits the outer circle of countless huge warships, fierce artillery fire, will fall on Gran Tesoro Island at any time, the entire island. Afraid that in an extremely short time, will be destroyed. And on the island, there are densely packed pacifista sieges. Those carrying terrifying weapons laser pacifista. At the summit battle, shine with brilliant glory. The world remembers those with crushing posture, sweeping through the summit of the battle, easily killing countless pacifista pirates. Terrifying destructive force, enough to make heaven and earth dim and fade. Is this the true face of the world's #1 swordsmanship convention? Someone recalled the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. From the time Whitebeard fought the 4 emperors and he opened a storm of swordsmanship. Through Guild Tesoro's hands. He launched a world of swordsmanship in the underground world, placing Whitebeard on the golden list as the strongest man, defining each and every powerful pirate as a strong man. Follow Guild Tesoro to hold the world's #1 swordsmanship convention at the Golden City. Then, countless warships that almost no normal person could react to at speed surrounded Gran Tesoro. Soon after, the pacifista appeared, sealing off Gran Tesoro Island. All these things are woven together. Simply a perfect and shocking conspiracy. Extremely thoughtful planning. Thinking carefully is extremely scary. Each pirate's heart lifted up the waves of terror. If all of this is really a shocking conspiracy against Whitebeard. A shocking conspiracy against the New World pirates. Once it succeeds, the entire New World, the entire Grand Line pirates, I'm afraid they will all fall into a shadow of fear. Is this the world government's terrible place? Whitebeard and the Gran Tesoro pirate group. How exactly are they going to escape? Countless pirates understand. This time, I'm afraid. Whitebeard is in danger. But in their hearts, they still hope that Whitebeard can create a miracle. It's just that, creating miracles is not that simple. Everyone understands. This world government, dispatching such a terrifying large-scale force, must have an attitude of not giving up until it achieves its goal. Especially after Akaina took over as the Navy Admiral. He carried out complete justice and thoroughly implemented it, even if he destroyed the entire Gran Tesoro Island. Even if there were ordinary civilians on the island, he would not refuse. I'd rather kill 3,000 by mistake than let a single person escape. This is Akainu's thoroughgoing justice. Gran Tesoro on the island. Mamoru is arrogant, but he knows himself very well. He is not arrogant, because he has nearly 100 pacifista by his side. What is this concept? Pacifista Summit War, also not this one time much. In the Summit War, the pacifista emerged with absolute crushing superiority, highly valued by the world government in the past year or so. With continuous development, their numbers have increased to hundreds. Mamoru leads over 100 pacifistas, logs into Gran Tesoro. They want to sweep across the pirates on the island. The first target is Whitebeard. Mamoru wants to take revenge for Kizaru. Today, all sins will not escape the heavens. Mamoru's fighting spirit rose, that giant spherical body. In his hand held a huge battle axe that was shining with cold light. Mamoru pushed forward horizontally, slashing dozens of pirates continuously. His battle axe carried a fierce murderous aura, dyed red with blood. The lightning in the sky casts a shadow over the battle. The cold light is dazzling. Mamoru aimed straight at Whitebeard. Justice will send all evil to hell. Including you, Whitebeard. Pedal, 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 pedal. Each pacifista opened the laser in front of them, aiming at Whitebeard. Gulp, gulp. Millions of dollars. Gulp, gulp. In this place, life is on the line. On the other side of the island on the sea surface, suddenly countless large bubbles emerged, one after another, rushing forward. The bubbles became more and more numerous, bigger and bigger. And denser and denser. What the hell? Mamoru looked over. Boom. But at this moment, one after another, huge warships emerged from the sea. 1, 2, 3, about a dozen warships. Rushed from the bottom of the sea. Captain, we're late. Ein, dressed in a navy blue coat, jumped off the ship and waved his long, wavy navy blue hair as he walked over, looking apologetic. Because the delay was not short of time, fortunately, this old man allowed the boat to accelerate 10 times. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to stop this famous world-shocking great battle. Wearing an iron helmet, a bearded Burndy World suddenly appeared beside Whitebeard, his face full of respect as he spoke. Followed, holding the huge Zephyr mill, jumped down from the warship, stomped his feet and walked over. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, I'm not late, am I? No. Everyone is public. From the bottom of the sea, 977 rushed out a warship with a membrane. In the end, who the hell is it? The force that caused this battle is Enio Navy Marshal, Blackhand Zephyr, World Destroyer, MO Fruit Ability User, Burndy World. There is also a Navy Enio warship. Noisy. At this moment, the whole world became abuzz. Countless pirates became excited. Oh my god. Enio Marines all mobilize, need to assist Whitebeard. I heard that Whitebeard could have killed Zephyr at first, but in the end he let Zephyr go. Really can change the battlefield. Forces join. Grantizaro on the island. Mamamoru saw Zephyr and his group appear later. The confidence on his face turned into anger. He gritted his teeth and used his battle axe to point at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, don't think that those people plus a bunch of useless Enio rebels can change the battle situation from defeat to victory. The pacifistas below, all are reduced to ashes. Behind Mamamoru, there could be hundreds of pacifistas' feet. This is enough to trample any country and destroy any island with terrifying power. A newbie is a newbie. Didn't that old man Sengoku tell you that Enio's power is not to be underestimated? Zephyr said with great confidence. His face was now shining. The recent period of time had become more and more pleasant. Pedal, pedal, pedal. As Zephyr's voice fell. On the Enio warship, a group of humanoid weapons that looked exactly like the pacifistas descended, the Great White Bear. True or false pacifista? These humanoid weapons have once killed pirates with bounties of over 100 million. The strength can be seen in the spots. At this moment, Mamamoru was violently shaken by an earthquake. Enio Marines are the same as pacifista. Mamamoru was previously immersed in cultivation and only started to come into contact with the Navy before the summit battle, so he didn't understand much about Enio. The originally confident Mamamoru, when he saw the real and fake pacifista from the Enio Marines appear, in an instant, all his confidence disappeared. This is a slap in the face. Face slap on the spot. Just now Mamamoru was still confident and leisurely, taking pride in the pacifista's back. As a result, the next second, the Enio Marines similarly released humanoid weapons, each with the same terrifying power as the real pacifista. Mamamoru's original advantage was instantly gone, hit in the face in a flash. It turns out that Ein and Burndy World originally followed Whitebeard to Grantizaro to participate in the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. When Grantizaro was about to arrive, Whitebeard suddenly arranged for the two of them to go find the Enio Marines. This is also why at that time when the world's #1 swordsmanship convention opened, Whitebeard was alone, and the latest to arrive at Grantizaro. At that time, Ein and Burndy World's arrangements for Whitebeard were extremely confusing. Until now. The two of them have always had a lot of respect for Whitebeard. Only then did the two of them realize that Whitebeard's vision of the big picture far surpassed that of ordinary people. He had long anticipated that this world's #1 swordsmanship convention was not ordinary and contained shocking plots. He had arranged a plan in advance to dispel the world government's plots and schemes. Of course, Whitebeard can have such a big picture view. In fact, part of the reason is because of his observation haki. Although Whitebeard's current observation haki is not strong enough to predict the future, he can still predict the danger. So arrange everything ahead of time. As expected, the world government finally surfaced. Damn it. Mamamoru could not help but curse. At Enio Marine Force joined later on the field form. Often change, become difficult to predict victory or defeat. Fujitora, who had always been calm, at this moment, couldn't help but be surprised. His heart was even more uncertain. Whitebeard's side of the force, after obtaining Zephyr, the Burndy World group of strong people supplemented. No matter if it was a competition between strong people or a competition between pacifistas, the world government's Navy headquarters on this side would no longer have the advantage at all. Even Fujitora vaguely had a sense of danger. Because Whitebeard this variable. Whitebeard's strength, by itself, is above 2.3 existences of everyone else. Now the two sides are competing in strength. If Whitebeard kills anyone on this side of the world government, the balance of power will tilt towards Whitebeard's side. It's not just Fujitora who's worried. The remaining people standing on the opposite side of Whitebeard were also very worried. This is a world-shattering battle. Blood must flow like a river. What? Thinking of retreating now. Whitebeard looked towards Fujitora, Mamamoru and the others, and said domineeringly, if you want to run away, then keep your head down first. Boom. Whitebeard takes action. No more redundant nonsense. The flames burned fiercely and shot up high. The entire Gran Tesoro was engulfed in flames, and the Pang by flames burned fiercely. Rushing towards Fujitora and the others. Fujitora said nothing and picked up Whitebeard. Two terrifying forces were unleashed, and the entire Gran Tesoro island trembled. Fujitora's strength is truly extraordinary. It can be said that the entire Grand Line New World is under his watch. And there are super strong existences that can kill the super powerful overlords of one side. Desperate situation. It shows the terrifying power. Exactly. The person he faced was Whitebeard. It is destined that I will not be able to gain any advantage from Whitebeard. Whitebeard versus Fujitora. The two of them only fought a few moves. Whitebeard's terrifying flame-burning blade forced Fujitora to retreat one after another. Under the fierce flames, he suffered a lot. Even Fujitora's purple clothes were burned to a charcoal black color. At Whitebeard and Fujitora's match begins at 17. Akiji takes action. Shiki the Lion King's bewildered sneak attack. Two people fight. Akiji's freezing fruit ability is indeed real, as expected of a terrifying expert who fought with a kainu for 10 days and 10 nights, unfortunately. After having one of his legs cut off by a kainu, his strength has slightly retreated. In the hands of the Golden Lion Shiki, he has not gained any advantage. Idiot. If you don't use all your strength to speak, I will kill you. The Golden Lion Shiki's golden hair danced wildly, roaring loudly. The lion rolled out. The entire ground rolled up, all the lion heads. Violently tearing towards Akiji. Ice Age. Akiji's supreme ultimate technique, the Ice Age, just came out. In the blink of an eye, all those crazy lion heads were completely frozen. The Earth Slayers were rolled back, all the huge stone statues of the furious lion's head, shocking people's hearts beyond compare. That is, the next second. Akiji's entire body urgently flew out. Because of the Golden Lion Shiki's two famous swords, Kagurashi Autu, without knowing when, pierced through the air, approaching Akiji's feet. Flaunt the east and attack the west. Ginger is still the old bland, Golden Lion Shiki, and all kinds of calculations are written down. The rice grain in the middle occupies an invisible upper hand. Even though Akiji quickly retreated, he was still injured by the sword energy. Crimson blood on the flight chart. Also don't know if what Golden Lion Shiki said about not using all his strength is true or false. This is probably only Koza himself knows clearly. Even his purpose and reason for taking action against Whitebeard, not many people can see through. If you are the representative of the Blackbeard pirates, even if I don't kill you, Whitebeard will kill you. Shiki the Golden Lion laughed loudly. He chased Koza and killed him, not giving Koza a chance to catch his breath. Teach that little brat. In the end there is only one result, that is death. If you follow anyone else, they will all be like Shiryu, all will be killed by Whitebeard. No need to say more. Koza was silent and spoke little. He used the extremely dangerous twin-clawed spear to block Kagurashi and Autu. Just as he was about to counterattack the Golden Lion Shiki, he discovered that the old Golden Lion had already arranged its rear guard. On the ground, each mad lion rolled up. With a loud rumble, it rolled back Koza. Koza had no choice but to stop his counterattack and go on the defensive. Can follow closely, Golden Lion Shiki is the one who is close to attacking. Extremely dangerous situation. Anyone, if not careful, will have blood flying or even have their head blown off, losing their life on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. The entire ground shook violently, as if it was shaking violently. In such a terrifying battle, terrifying bottomless cracks appeared on the ground. The entire huge island was shaking like a small boat in the wind and rain, swaying and about to fall. Boom, boom, boom. Burndy World experienced old age without decline, showing strong strength. Although he was defeated in front of Whitebeard, can fight Mamamoru alone, is extremely easy. Powerful armament hockey combined with MO Fruit's powerful ability, causing Burndy World to have crazy violence to destroy. 100 times more bullets. Directly bombarding Mamaru from east to south and west to north. Even though Mamaru showed terrifying endurance, he still couldn't withstand the 100 times more power of MO Gwasher. Facing the flexible Burndy World, Mamaru could only passively be beaten. With this level of strength, you dare to think about attacking the captain? In the captain's hands. You can't even take a single move. While attacking Mamaru, Burndy World didn't forget to taunt him a few times. This made Mamaru extremely angry. He came here for one purpose. To avenge Old Man Kizaru. Maybe. The result is that even Whitebeard's subordinates can't fight back. Even the chance to attack Whitebeard is not there. Even got ridiculed by one of Whitebeard's subordinates on the spot. It's simply a great humiliation. Mamaru gritted his teeth, his heart filled with indignation like a storm. Faced with Ivor's many sarcastic words, Mamaru gritted his teeth and remained silent, not fighting back. What a shameless newbie who dares to brag. Even Kizaru in front of the captain could only be killed by torture. Burndy World fired 100 times more bullets, the enormous destructive force, causing Mamaru to suffer unbearable pain, constantly crying out in misery. Burndy World, while making a move, continued to taunt Mamaru like a talkative person. If you want to become the captain's rival, you still have to cultivate for another 10 to 8 years. You're still 108,000 miles away. You. Shameless. Mamaru almost vomited blood from anger. Under the dark thunder clouds, the world-shaking war is constantly erupting. The earth shook and the mountains shook, the island fell into a violent shaking and Jinji was in. Around the island, the sea surface was stirred up by huge waves. Mamaru was both physically crushed and mentally tormented. Burndy World, this kind of old fool, once shameless, young people can only give in and retreat, look up. But Mamaru kept wanting to get some benefits from the old man, wanting revenge, wanting to vent his deep resentment and anger. The more so, the more Burndy World roared. Under each bullet 100 times stronger, Mamaru suffered a heavy blow to both his body and mind. It was truly extremely painful. On the other side, Bartholomew, Kuma and Hawkeye fought. Compared to the other people's fierce fighting sparks, the fight between the two people immediately showed a lot of gentlemanliness. Even silent fighting. Just any slash that appears. No matter how silent, even half of the clouds will be cut apart. The meatball fruit's pressure cannon shot out, seemingly without sound or smell, yet with merciless destructive force. Even the Earth's layers would be penetrated. It looks like a gentleman fighting, but every time they attack, it is extremely dangerous, cold, and ruthless. Any small mistake between the two people can lead to their deaths in the Yellow Springs. The fight between the two finally became more and more dangerous. Laser. Bartholomew. Kuma finally unleashes the ultimate weapon. Perhaps the eagle eye like this shows that the black saber Yoru, this supreme great saber 12 attack, one of the terrifying place, called the world's strongest black saber, is not bragging, but has real terrifying place. Two people compete to the extreme, the sky is cracked. Extremely dangerous. Wherever they pass, all people and things must give way, otherwise they will be instantly destroyed, vanishing into thin air, no longer existing. And Zephyr, Ein, the two commanders of the Ennio Marines, along with the real and fake Pacifista, are conducting an attack on the world government Pacifista. The terrible battle is constantly erupting. Boom, boom, boom. This great war shook the world. The moment it broke out, it was immediately filled with intense hatred. Countless pirates are killed. Blood flows like a river. No exaggeration. This world-shaking battle was broadcast live to all over the world, bringing countless people admiration. Oh my god. This kind of level of battle is not inferior to a summit battle at all. Gran Tesoro Island itself as a country cannot be compared to Marineford Island small Even the entire island area still want to advance in Marineford. The original Golden City is the independent kingdom recognized by the world government. Whitebeard, General Fuji Tora Isho, Akiji, Shiki the Golden Lion, Hawkeye, Bartholomew, Kuma, World Destroyer Burndy World. Black Hand Zephyr. My god, these powerhouses, any of them, placed on the Grand Line, would be able to intimidate a region's super powerhouse. Absolute visual feast. So many experts appearing in the same battlefield. Unprecedented. No one before, no one after. Almost there. Countless pirates admired. Each pirate group watching the live broadcast of the battle was extremely excited. Some were even boiling with enthusiasm, extremely excited. Boom, boom, boom. Whitebeard used his domineering stance and powerfully slashed out a terrifying slash. The slash was also surrounded by divine fire, impossible to resist. Fujitora, who had been continuously defeated, now his expression changed greatly. The longer he fought with Whitebeard, the more scared he became. Because he could clearly feel that Whitebeard had recovered from his illness and was even stronger. Fujitora used his staff sword to block horizontally. The whole person was instantly engulfed in divine fire, burning. Terrifying slash, even directly cut Fujitora away. Not only that, Whitebeard either did nothing or did it thoroughly. Following closely behind, catching up with Fujitora and suddenly domineeringly slashing out with a knife. Hateful A. Fujitora vomited blood and flew backwards. He could only forcibly activate his armament haki, strengthening his physical body's ability to withstand blows and resist Whitebeard's slash. Boom. No surprises. Whitebeard slashed Fujitora with one slash. The terrifying blade directly slashed Fujitora into the deep layers of the earth. The deep crack was bottomless. Fujitora was slashed into it. Life and death unknown. Noisy. See such a scene. Possessing the pirate group watching the battle, all was in an uproar. Fujitora is very strong, showing absolute strength. But still can't stop Whitebeard in his ultimate state. Even watching the battle, Akainu couldn't help but have his eyes shoot out to Zhao, a circle of exhaustion. That exhaustion contained endless indignation, gritting his teeth and fiercely spitting out a few words. Edward. Mugate. You've already got such a strong strength. Then let's send all of you to Gran Tesoro for burial. The miniature phone was called by Akainu. Pass on this old man's orders, sink Gran Tesoro. Destroy everyone on the island. Remember. Everyone. At this moment, Akainu used the name of Justice to completely destroy Whitebeard and directly left Mamamori Island to wait for a series of world government strongmen to fight. Hearing Akainu's command, the warship at the other end, even the one-time commander Lieutenant General Tokacake, couldn't help but tremble. The cold and heartless Tokacake had never had such a crazy idea. He instinctively asked Marshal, "Do we really have to open fire now? On the island, there might be laughing generals, Mamamoru. And the like, some officers who are fighting hard for us. Even if we can ignore those pacifistas, maybe, the officers and Marines, we can't just send them all together." Speaking of this, Tokacake couldn't help but not dare to continue. "This is a living, breathing friend," Tokacake said. Ignoring it was putting it mildly. This is not just about ignoring it, but also about killing your living companions together _ah. Even if it is justice, you still have the heart to openly kill your own companions. Cold-blooded and heartless, killing his comrades. Even Tokacake couldn't do it. "Lieutenant General Tokacake, you have only one mission now, which is to obey my orders." Akainu's words are beyond doubt. Tokacake could even hear the indignation in it. Is Marshal Sakazuki expressing dissatisfaction with his own words just now? This made Tokacake feel a little uneasy in his heart. He and Akainu were the same age, although their positions were a little lower by 2 levels, but in the end, they were the ones who put in a lot of effort for the world government and the Navy headquarters, but they didn't want to turn around and get Akainu to say, "You just need to obey my orders." Marshal Sakazuki. Tokacake was a little angry and indignant. He tried his best to control his emotions, lowered his voice and said, "Today we disregarded the lives of those comrades. I'm afraid that in the future in the hearts of the Marines, there will also be haunting and doubts. They will remember, will there come a day when I will also become an abandoned comrade on Gran Tesoro Island? Sacrifice the small self to preserve the greater good. If sacrificing a few soldiers' lives can eliminate Whitebeard and a bunch of cancerous, vicious people, it's worth it. The group of Marines who sacrificed themselves on the island should feel honored. This is the honor of being a Marine, not some abandoned comrade." Akainu was extremely angry inside. He originally wanted to shout at Tokacake, but he just wanted to open his mouth and blink, but thinking about the people under his command that he could use were becoming more and more scarce. In the end, he still controlled his violent temper. Although Akainu has a fiery temper and is domineering, he is not stupid. He knows that there is a difference between the positions of a marshal and a general. sitting in a high position and wanting to put the big picture first. Akainu immediately said with great determination, Gran Tesoro Island's Shanghai soldiers sacrificed their lives in exchange for the extermination of Whitebeard and a group of extremely evil people. This is defending justice. It is an honorable sacrifice for justice. They sacrificed a group of people in exchange for the safety of many more people. Lieutenant Admiral Tokacake. I think that on the day you joined the Navy and took the oath, you should have understood that to become a Navy soldier and join the Navy headquarters, you must be mentally prepared to sacrifice yourself for justice at any time. Akainu said the meaning of the word naturally. This is very suitable for his absolute righteousness. According to Akainu, all pirates are evil. Justice sacrifice? No problem. Just can destroy pirates. It was all worth it. Akainu finished speaking, fell silent. In his heart he thought, even if he didn't go destroy the island, the Shanghai Soldier Gate Island, in the end, would still be completely exterminated by Whitebeard and his group. But wait until Whitebeard and his group win. The warship will act again, giving Whitebeard and his group a chance to escape. As far as Akainu knows, if Whitebeard is given a chance, he can create miracles, escape, or even counterattack. This is something Akainu absolutely will not allow to happen. Again, this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to eliminate Whitebeard. Consider sacrificing more. No denial. Fresh Flower Bridge 0. Captain's foot is not Akainu's style of doing things. After all, once you miss this opportunity, in the future you might not be able to find such a good opportunity from heaven. In Akainu's heart, Whitebeard must be eliminated. Faced with Akainu's continuous brainwashing bombardment, Tokacake chose to remain silent. In fact, he also understood that this time was the most likely opportunity to eliminate Whitebeard. No skips allowed. Okay, I'll get the entire fleet ready. Tokacake finally chooses to stand on the same line with Akainu. Squeak squeak. Gran Tesoro Island's outer ring on the sea, one by one surrounded Gran Tesoro Island with huge warships. All their artillery and firepower were adjusted simultaneously, aiming at Gran Tesoro Island. The Navy wants to destroy Gran Tesoro. Seeing the live broadcast of the pirates' image, they all shook at the same time. At this time, are you also preparing to bomb Gran Tesoro? There are still countless Marines fighting with the pirates on the island. Does the world government want to abandon these Marines? At this time, must take action to destroy Gran Tesoro, make everyone terrified. It's over. Now destroy Gran Tesoro Island. Everyone on the island must die. The world government here absolutely won't give Whitebeard any chance to escape. At this moment, countless people were terrified, countless eyes simultaneously staring at the live broadcast image. Possessing the warships above, possessing the firepower, all aimed at Gran Tesoro. Whitebeard. How to defy the heavens? No one knows. The whole world was in an uproar at the same time. Hanging up the phone, Akainu let out a long breath, raised his head to look at the projection of the phone on Whitebeard's screen. Akainu confidently muttered, Edward. Newgate, this time, you will have a hard time escaping. Akainu is not blindly confident, but he has absolute knowledge of this self-designed warship. Knows the terrifying destructive power of this warship fleet. This is after the Navy headquarters moved to the New World. Once again, Akainu single-handedly created a huge fleet. If we use the abnormal summoning order to describe the destructive power of the fleet as a unit of 213, then this fleet on the surface was already enough for more than 10 times the abnormal summoning order, but in actual combat it was even more terrifying. Far surpassing the SSJ-2's terrifying destructive power by more than 10 times the abnormal summoning order. Such a branch of the absolute capital original fleet, let alone wipe out a Gran Tesoro. Even if it wipes out the 79 islands of the Sabaody archipelago, it would not be a problem. Such an absolutely terrifying fleet went to deal with Whitebeard. To show Akainu's strong strength and to treat Whitebeard with caution. This branch of the fleet is where Akainu's confidence comes from. He firmly believes that the fleet he personally drafted has the absolute ability to destroy easily. Akainu was extremely confident, Edward. Newgate, this golden city Gran Tesoro, is your burial ground. Gran Tesoro Island has many Marines, opposing Whitebeard, Mumamaru, Akiji, and the others, all became terrified. They were also destined to be destroyed. This made the bloodthirsty Marines tremble in fear. They become the Navy headquarters trash. Want to die here with Whitebeard and his group. In the midst of battle, a single distraction can be fatal. As expected, Shiki fought fiercely with Aokiji, forcing Aokiji to lose his composure in an instant, using all his strength in one attack, sending Aokiji flying, causing the ground to pierce through into a deep hole. On the other side, Mamamoru was similarly heavily injured and sent flying by Burndy World. The only advantage Bartholomew Kuma, because he had no human feelings, instead occupied the advantage, and the battle with the Eagle Eye became more and more intense. At the same time, the whole world is boiling everywhere. The Navy chose to attack at this time, absolutely beyond everyone's expectations. It can be said that absolutely no one thought of the opportunity to attack, which is not too much. Outer ring of the warship finally still want to make a move. This time, Whitebeard is afraid that he will really have a hard time escaping. So many terrifying destructive force warships. Calling it the largest-scale military operation in history is not at all an exaggeration. Countless people watching the battle were trembling. Each and every warship, with its fierce momentum, carried with it incomparable terrifying destructive power, pressing towards Grantazaro. Each and every warship had its own high-intensity cannons, simultaneously aiming at the Grantazaro Island where Whitebeard and the others were located. Once the warship enters firing range, will immediately carry out terrifying and destructive actions. The eyes of all people in the world were gathered on each and every warship, broadcast live. Everyone held their breath, witnessing this historic and earth-shattering moment. Let the whole world remember this act of destruction. Akainu raised his head, extremely calm and leisurely mumbled, "This is the moment of naval history. This battle is destined to re-enter the naval history books, becoming the textbook of naval campaigns to come. Only once. Destroy the countless powerful pirates of Whitebeard. So many pirates. So many powerful pirates, only once to destroy." Except for this battle, this old man personally designed this battle. In the entire history of the Navy, it has never happened before. Akainu said so many words for the first time. This is the hatred he is suffocating deep inside. Ever since Whitebeard's reincarnation, Akainu has not been able to feel better. Getting angry again and again, this time, he can finally vent his anger fiercely. "Come here. The world's arrogant pirates. Open your eyes wide and see what a miserable outcome this symbol of the Whitebeard era will be. This battle is destined to make this arrogant pirate era tremble. For all arrogant pirates, carve out a sore spot." Noisy and noisy. Each and every warship was fiercely imposing, aiming towards Grantazaro. In just a moment they would enter absolute firing range, carrying out a destructive action towards Grantazaro. In this place, life is on the line. Make everyone a little shocked unexpectedly suddenly happened. Boom, boom, boom. Behind each warship suddenly appeared pirate ships of varying sizes. These pirate ships, everywhere, were firing their fiercest cannons, aiming at the back of the warship, releasing their fiercest cannon fire. This moment, the whole world is completely terrified. Akainu's eyes widened in an instant. Possessing from behind the local fierce artillery fire attack pirate ships, they have one common feature, choosing pirate flags, all the same. Black Moon Whitebeard skull pattern. At this moment, the whole world is boiling. Oh my god! It's the Whitebeard pirates. Countless people became amazed. They saw each and every pirate ship hanging the Whitebeard sign, appearing behind the warship and fiercely attacking the warship. These pirate ships came from the pirate crew under the banner of the yet-to-be-destroyed Whitebeard pirates. Everyone exclaimed at the same time and also understood the 43 pirate crews under Whitebeard's flag were almost destroyed by Edward Weevil. Still firmly existed more than 20 pirate crews. Until now, once again returned to Whitebeard under the flag. Akainu saw such a scene, his entire face turned black. In his eyes, vaguely there was like a volcano erupting and boiling lava rising. At any time rocks could erupt out. Hateful. This point, even Akainu never thought of it. According to the original intelligence Akainu gathered, only the captains of the Whitebeard flag had appeared before. The Navy had never collected any information related to the movements of those pirate crews under Whitebeard's flag. These pirate ships that appeared behind him, which would completely destroy this once historic large-scale military operation, were like a ferocious palm, viciously slapping Akainu on the face. Brought Akainu's whole face to be beaten swollen. A second ago, Akainu swore an oath, declaring 100% to destroy Whitebeard. Akainu has absolute confidence in personally commanding the fleet. Maybe the situation before his eyes made Akainu scream like thunder again. 1, 2, 3. 1 formation. 2 formation. 3 formation. One by one, they formed a formation. One by one pirate ships, hanging a black moon-shaped white-bearded skull pirate ship design, enlisted warships from all directions behind, simultaneously appeared, using the most powerful cannons. Attacking the warships from behind. These original warships were completely unafraid of any pirate ship attack. With the firepower and endurance of these huge warships, they can absolutely suppress any pirate ship without any problem. That is, at this moment, all the warships were aimed in the direction of Gran Tizaro, aimed at Whitebeard's place. The attention of the Navy is all on Whitebeard and his group's Gran Tizaro Island. Destroying the island was the only order they received from the Navy headquarters Admiral Sakazuki. From then on, they were unable to counterattack in time when the pirate ship that suddenly came out from behind suddenly attacked. Under such a situation, each and every warship fell into chaos. Following each and every warship in a panic, changing the direction of their cannon fire and aiming, wanting to start a counterattack against the pirate ship that suddenly attacked from behind. Can be hasty below, how can with already best all-prepared pirate ship fight against? Each and every pirate ship spewed out and swallowed the most terrifying flames. Each loud bang was accompanied by an extremely terrifying destructive cannonball, bombarding the warship. Like that, each pirate ship gathered together, each second firing cannonballs. The number of which was extremely terrifying. Countless cannonballs rained down towards the warship. At this kind of moment, from Akainu's personally composed battleship, showing their extremely terrifying endurance. Even when facing the fiercest suppressive firepower, many of the naval soldiers on the warship died in battle. But each and every one of these perfectly crafted warships was still extremely sturdy, and not one had ever been destroyed or sunk. This is a huge warship with terrifying endurance. This huge warship is indeed the headquarters Navy's ace warship. Under the dense and terrifying cannon fire attack, it is still as sturdy as ever. This type of extremely large warship can withstand a lot of blows, causing countless pirates to admire. Of course, at this time, under the intense firework. Many of the camera phones were blown away, but the remaining few camera phones were very lucky to avoid the cannonballs and broadcast the live broadcast. Even the originally dark-faced Leigong Akainu, seeing the warship's solid performance, couldn't help but nod, as expected of this old man who personally chose the warship. Maybe, just then. Suddenly from every direction, a pirate ship appeared heading straight for the warship. On each pirate ship, there is also a captain and a pirate crew captain. The captain appears. At this moment, the whole world once again boiled. Whitebeard under the flag of the 16 bandits, the bandit captain, finally appeared. Father, we're back. On a pirate ship. Marco suddenly turned into a light blue flame wrapped around the immortal bird, spread out his blue flame wings, and soared high, leading the attack, flying towards a warship. Very fast. Carrying the pirate captain's ship, a loud noise echoed and a warship was struck. With Marco as the first captain. The pirates logged into the warship and started a fierce battle with the Marines on board. At that moment on the warship, a miserable cry shook the sky. Originally facing cannon fire. The extremely sturdy giant warship, after the captain logged in, became as thin as paper. Even though there was a lieutenant general guarding the warship, the naval force at the port gate was still mercilessly annihilated by the squad leader. Father, Whitebeard pirates, return as a group. Father commands. This overbearing and passionate sentence resounded in heaven and earth for a long time, shocking people's hearts. Early in the morning, the group captain under Marco's command. Each person took the fastest speed, split up to act, went to each island, and brought out all the remaining pirates under the Whitebeard pirates flag. Before taking over Fisherman Island. It was because Marco invited a pirate gang, and along the way, Fisherman Island was taken over by force. At that time, it did not cause much commotion, not many people cared. More and more rumors. The Whitebeard pirates under the captain's flag set sail, about to return. But unknown to him, the team leader's turn was not only underscore himself returning from the sea. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates were brought to each island left in the Grand Line. World War breaks out. The entire sea was filled with terrifying cannon fire. The cannonballs exploded and turned the sky red. The intense firepower cast a shadow on the sea, extremely dazzling. Each earth-shattering sound resounded loudly, even more terrifying than thunder. The dark sky was illuminated by the fierce explosion of cannonballs. Thundercloud is at this moment tilted down a terrifying lightning. The entire Gran Tesoro sea area was engulfed in extremely terrifying battle flames. Dark thunderclouds, occasionally there are lightning bolts dancing, lightning then tilts. The scene is abnormally terrifying, extremely terrifying. Counted in the thousands of pirates participating in the fierce war, the smoke of war broke out, the sound of explosions was intense. Everywhere the fire was shining. The whole situation was like the end of the world. It's like the end of the world. It's the father who fights. Marco landed on the warship, changing his previous humble style of action, taking an extremely exaggerated and domineering approach. The blue flame wings suddenly waved. Two streaks of flame slashes instantly slashed towards the warship's top commander holding weapons. Two streaks of blue flame slashed and slashed, like two waves of invincible, unstoppable storms, sweeping away hundreds of Marines on the warships. These are the perfect items that Akainu personally selected and trained Marines. Even if they were placed in the vast and powerful new world, they would be a supernatural army. Exactly. Facing Marco's thunderous attack, he was almost unable to resist at all. He was instantly swept away by the blue flame slash. And countless Marines were instantly sent flying. Counting hundreds of Marines, flying out from the blue flames, the scene was extremely grand. Flying back inside, the naval weapons in his hands with a clanging sound, all broke. Suddenly, along with each burst of blood, the sound of each Marine flying backwards, all the blood storm. Finally, the rumbling sound echoed in the distance, also no longer had the strength to fight again. Marco's lightning strike simply makes people's eyes violent. Regardless of whether it was the Navy or the other people watching the battle, all were shaken by Marco's powerful attack. That one sentence, fighting as a father, was even more shocking. In everyone's hearts, apart from the initial battle summit and the entanglement of the general, Marco is completely a humble person whose existence is easily forgotten. If it weren't for the fact that he was once a team captain, it's estimated that many people wouldn't pay attention to this humble Marco. Maybe today, after saying the sentence, fight as a father, Marco became domineering and tyrannical, as if he was infected with a kind of lightning by Whitebeard, domineering and tyrannical, sweeping away a warship with Marines. Shows the true power of the peak power. Marco, Tokacake, and will see the elite navy on the warship all fall down. Just a flash. The corner of the eyes, purple face, angry attack. Fight me. Marco let out a long scream. A pair of pale blue flame wings suddenly fluttered, and the whole person sprinted towards Tokacake. Fresh Flower Bridge. As a candidate prepared by the general, Tokacake has supernatural strength and absolutely has the strength of a general. The battle between the two people instantly erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The Great War continued to erupt with extremely intense clashes. This battle must burn with passion, kill until the heavens and earth shake, the world-shaking Great War, fully open fire. This moment, the whole world is shocked. Every island, every pirate crew was trembling. Whitebeard pirates, a year has passed, and they have returned to the ocean once again. Whitebeard rules the world with his tyrannical demeanor, rampaging through the new world. And the Whitebeard pirates once again returned and broke out a world-shaking, world-shattering battle. Whether it's Whitebeard himself or the Whitebeard pirates, they all show unparalleled strength and domineering power. The strength is supernatural, beyond everyone's imagination. This must be on this piece of ocean, stirring up terrifying storms and bloody rain. There are pirates who are admiring. They once took advantage of the Whitebeard pirates' moment of danger to seize the territory that originally belonged to the Whitebeard pirates. Although after Whitebeard returned with great force, he left the island. Perhaps he had taken advantage of people's difficulties before. Reincarnated as Whitebeard, his personality became even more domineering, even more powerful, even more astonishing. Many pirates became worried. After seeing the powerful reincarnation of Whitebeard, they began to worry about what they should have done. They were worried that with Whitebeard's current extremely domineering personality, he would find them to settle the score. There is no shortage of panic pirates. with Whitebeard's domineering and powerful personality. I'm afraid we're all unlucky. Should we go make amends now? Help the Whitebeard pirates, consider it repayment. There are pirates like that, scared to death discussing. They are worried not without reason. After witnessing Whitebeard's extremely domineering and passionate battles, he exaggerated to the extreme, not even caring about his own injuries, just using brutal means to quickly kill his enemies. His domineering and peerless fighting style caused countless pirates to be shocked and at the same time, even more terrified. There is no shortage of pirates on the island of Huangjincheng not far away. Opening 360. To join the battle, their goals are very unified, the Navy. Pirates and Marines are natural enemies. The battle becomes more intense. Under the dark thunderclouds, fierce battles were constantly erupting. Live broadcast images become unsettling. But even so, still watching the world become passionate. If the remaining Whitebeard pirates were to engage in a head-on battle with this fleet, the Navy would have an absolute advantage. This is far beyond the Summit Battle Naval Fleet Force. Initially, the Whitebeard pirates, all the participating personnel, suffered heavy losses. Now if we were to fight head-on, the Whitebeard pirates would have no chance of winning. This point, everyone knows. The team leader naturally knows too. So, plan everything well in advance. Deal with the naval fleet all plans. This time, the Whitebeard pirates. The enlisted warship appeared behind, took advantage of the warship's cannon barrel aimed at Gran Tesoro Island, and launched a fierce artillery attack. By the time the fortress warship changed direction, the captains of the 16 squadrons had already led their elite units to charge towards the warship. The Whitebeard pirates seized the best opportunity, used the most advantageous method of combat, and forcefully destroyed each and every warship. Occupy the advantage. And then there were more and more pirates, gradually joining in the action to deal with the Navy. Whitebeard almost occupied, with favorable time, place, and people. Perfect battle plan. This Akina branch personally selected personnel, perfect items, strict training, supernatural strength, fierce artillery fleet, continuously defeated little by little. In a very short time, already occupied absolute advantage. A warship above. Marco fights Tokacake. The battle between two people, the most terrifying, the most intense, and the most dangerous. This time Marco didn't even hold back at all, fighting with all his might against Tokacake. Tokacake's strength is even stronger. He absolutely has the strength to step up to the level of a great general, armed with hockey, Navy 6 forms, swordsmanship, all kinds of powerful moves. Together with Marco he fought heaven and earth. The entire giant warship was shaking. The deck of the ship was even broken in the battle, flying all over the sky. The scene was extremely terrifying. The Zoan-type magical beast immortal bird really gave Marco a near-immortal body. During the battle, Lieutenant General Enigmo secretly attacked and locked Marco's head on the giant stone of the sea castle. During this battle, he was always on guard against this trick of the Marines. As expected, as Lieutenant General Enigmo, he appeared together with Lieutenant General Tokacake on the same warship. God knows how sinister and dark Enigmo is. To secretly sneak from the warship he was guarding to this one. This time the entire Whitebeard pirates action must be with Marco as the leader. As long as Marco takes care of everything, the entire Whitebeard pirates momentum will definitely decrease in an instant. Enigmo thought to himself. He was secretly observing in the cabin, looking for a chance to subdue Marco. Like on a Summit Battle 1 form. Just as Enigmo thought, as long as Marco is killed, the pirate group's morale will definitely drop dramatically in an instant, while the Marine group's morale will definitely rise. If this situation continues, the Marine group will definitely be able to turn defeat into victory and retake this battle. Destroy Whitebeard in a flash. Together with the Whitebeard pirates are in ruins. Simply perfect plan. Even if Akina heard Enigmo's secret idea for the second time, he would definitely praise it loudly. This is absolutely called a good hand. Look at Marco's recent ambush. Be on guard, looking for several opportunities, but found that none of them were successful opportunities. Forced to give up, continued to wait for the opportunity to observe Enigmo, suddenly frowned and muttered. Boom boom boom. 2. For Tokacake's strength is worthy of being ranked as the #1 person under the general's generation. Garp is the previous generation, as well as Momosaji. Unleash terrifying fighting power. pushed Marco into danger several times. Suddenly, Tokacake used all his strength, pushing Marco into a desperate situation, forcing Marco to fight with all his might. In this place, life is on the line. Enigmo moves. He grabbed Marco's loose vigilance in the blink of an eye, with extremely fast speed, rushed towards Marco. Crack crack, the sea rock made handcuffs. Handcuffed Marco. In a flash, Marco's face changed greatly. The blue flame on his body instantly went out. The whole person fell onto the deck of the boat. Like in a desperate situation. You Marco are captured. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, why aren't you surrendering? Enigmo let out a proud roar, his voice shaking. In a flash, all the pirates stopped their movements. Indeed, you are the one who planned this action once. What a pity, what a pity. Marco, at the same place, you fell down again for the second time. Ha ha ha. Enigmo laughed loudly. His face was calm and confident, extremely proud and arrogant. He has decent capital, because he tied Marco tightly, almost without wasting his efforts, directly ending the powerful Marco. The end of this battle. This is truly a magnificent and earth-shattering reversal. What's the point of being arrogant? It's just a shameless and despicable sneak attack. Marco's eyes widened. His eyes were like spitting fire of indignation. He looked at Enigmo with hatred. Enigmo just laughed out loud. He didn't care about sneak attacks at all. He lowered his head, looking at Marco, who was handcuffed by the sea rock, his face full of confidence. Marco, victory is justice. You should know this very well. Victory is justice? Marco's expression seemed extremely unsightly. Are all of you Marines like you, using despicable means to win? You don't even have the courage to fight head-on. You are truly righteous. So what? Inevitably, Enigmo had the illusion that there was a soft sound coming from beside him. But he looked around and didn't see anything strange, so he didn't pay any attention. Enigmo was very close to Marco. He lowered his head and looked down at Marco, extremely confident. You're finished. Your Whitebeard pirates are finished. Whitebeard himself will be finished too. Ha ha ha. Numb. Such a sudden and earth-shattering reversal caused the entire pirate world to gasp in surprise. Marco fell down in the same place again. There are people like that. It's unbelievable admiration. What's so surprising? Enigmo has always been good at secretly finding opportunities to attack. And Marco's opponent is Tokacake, that great general's officer. This means he has the strength of a great general. Competing with such a strong person, being secretly attacked by Enigmo, it's not strange. There are also many powerful pirates who understand Marco's situation very well. They know, facing a real general-level powerful person, how terrifying it is. Marco and Tokacake were almost evenly matched. Under Tokacake's crazy attacks, Marco only revealed a few openings. This was already precious. Through the live broadcast saw such a scene. Akainu is revealed long time no see smile. His originally blackened face also showed a smile, and at this moment he couldn't help but secretly nod. Lieutenant General Enigmo did well. Very good. The Whitebeard era should also end. Still dreaming in this era, this piece of sea will cause waves. After the Whitebeard pirates appeared, changing the battle situation and forcing the Marines into a bad situation of defeat, Akainu was furious. Now seeing Enigmo using the sea stone to capture Marco in an instant, all of Akainu's anger vanished into thin air. Seeing such a situation, Akainu felt extremely refreshed. He even felt that the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and the appearance of the pirate captain was a great thing. That way he could completely eliminate everyone in the Whitebeard pirates without much effort. Akainu's face relaxed, his confidence and dignity increased. This time, I will truly and clearly destroy everything Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates have. Victory and defeat, existence and disappearance, from Enigmo's small sneak attack. Earth-shattering changes occurred. On the Whitebeard pirate side, the strongest combatant Marco was captured. Using this as a threat, all the pirates immediately stopped fighting, ignoring Marco and continuing to fight. Obviously, in the Whitebeard pirates, it is impossible to abandon a comrade like this, such a treasonous thing. They are not Akainu. Cannot be cold and indifferent. Tokacake and Enigmo both stood arrogantly not far away from Marco, one on the left and one on the right. Both of them bowed their heads looking down at Marco, who was tied up on the deck, both of them revealing victorious smiles. The 693 spider demon laughed, his demeanor arrogant. Marco You and the Whitebeard pirates, along with Whitebeard, the final result, is to be destroyed. Tokacake grinned, his expression arrogant. Marco, you are very strong. Unfortunately, you wanna die. Really? Suddenly, Marco raised his head to look at Enigmo and Tokacake, revealing a charming smile. Crackle! Handcuffed Marco's two hands suddenly opened. Boom! Marco's body suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful blue flame. This is an unprecedentedly powerful force. This is Marco using all his strength, the strongest strike. The figure frantically attacked, leaving behind blue flame after images in the air. Almost in an instant, Marco's two hands carried blue flames, piercing through Tokacake's chest. Tokacake's smile instantly froze. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The corner of his mouth that was originally curved turned into bloodstains. This is impossible. Sea Tower stone handcuffs. How did you do it? How to do it? Everyone's eyes widened. Want to know how Marco finally came to silently open the sea stone handcuffs? What the hell is this? Tokacake was unwilling. A second ago, he was still arrogantly bowing his head to look at Marco. A year of highs, victory in the room. But what if he was unwilling? His heart was pierced by Marco. If it weren't for his strong life force struggling to resist, allowing him to carelessly enjoy a few more seconds of fear, he would have long since passed away. Because Dad. Marco said a sentence that only 3 people could understand. Because of Whitebeard. Very inexplicable. Ding. But at this moment on the other side of the deck, a clanging sound of shackles rang out, followed by a pirate holding the handcuffs that had just handcuffed Marco, who appeared on his side. With a face full of furtiveness, Absalom was holding him. Transparent man. With another pirate. Tokacake's eyes widened, extremely frightened to understand the meaning behind it. His vitality was quickly fading away. Whitebeard. East. Tokacake is dead. It's strange that he was careless. After Marco was handcuffed, he let down his guard and completely calmed down. He was still very close to Marco. But Marco suddenly appeared and struck him dead as fast as lightning. Of course, the most crucial is the transparent Absalom. Come here. Enigmo suddenly woke up Satori in a flash of fear. He thought about it before. He suddenly couldn't help but hear the soft sound of keys colliding. At that time, he checked around and saw no one, so he didn't pay attention to these details. Enigmo was horrified. The transparent Absalom. Transparent people can make their own bodies transparent, and can also make people and objects that their bodies come into contact with transparent. That's right, it was Absalom. He brought a pirate, borrowed the effect of the immune pirate stone. The two of them stole the Enigmo key and opened Marco's handcuffs. Complete this one earth-shattering reversal. And from Marco's words, because of his father, it can be seen that all of this was arranged by Whitebeard. It turns out that Whitebeard had already let the ice switch find Absalom and arranged it ahead of schedule. It is because of that. But at that time Whitebeard was just taking precautions. If Marco can defeat the strongest Navy fleet, then there is no need to use Absalom's move. But if the fleet is hiding extremely powerful people, Marco cannot kill them, then he can use this plan. You are indeed a father. Marco's strength is supernatural, but in his heart he is extremely respectful of Whitebeard's father. If it wasn't like this, with the strength of General Tokacake, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat. Don't mention directly killing. Tokacake died. This moment. The whole world is boiling for the second time. Change the world. Another earth-shattering reversal. Once again beyond everyone's expectations. Scared? Surprise? But at this moment. New world, new Navy headquarters. Akainu's eyes widened in anger. His eyes were about to spit out lava. Just now he was talking about heaven-shaking reversal. Killing Marco, destroying the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, exterminating Whitebeard, completely wiping out Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates. Result. Marco was handcuffed on purpose. As a result, Marco was fine, and the commander-in-chief of this military operation, the strongest Lieutenant General Tokacake, died. This matter. Who is the one who is truly reversing the course of events? Akainu is extremely angry. Warship above. Enigmo is not well either. He was originally smug and secretly attacked and handcuffed Marco, but the end result, not only was it useless, it also killed Tokacake, the top combat powerhouse. If he hadn't handcuffed Marco, Tokacake wouldn't have been careless. Then Marco will not take the opportunity to pierce the heart. Hateful transparent person. Enigmo gritted his teeth. Secret attack? Who is the real sneak attacker? Who is the real sneak attacker? Now it's your turn to go to hell. Enigmo. Marco's previous acting was really too lifelike. From being handcuffed by the Sea Rock to his various performances, there were absolutely no flaws, fooling Enigmo, fooling Akainu, and likewise fooling the entire world. Marco's 2 hands were bleeding. That was the blood that penetrated Tokacake's heart. Enigmo, it was him who, in the summit battle, secretly attacked and handcuffed Marco with the Sea Stone. This time, still have to try hard again. But unexpectedly, Marco borrowed his strength to attack. Being stared at by Marco as if staring at a corpse, Enigmo's back turned cold. His heart filled with fear, abnormal fear. You should pay to die. Even if you die, I will drag you to take the blame. Boom boom. Enigmo took the lead in making things difficult. Decisively taking action. Show your absolute strength. Life return form. Makes his black hair turn into terrifying arms. His whole body looks like a spider. Armament hockey. Navy 6 forms. All were instantly blessed by Enigmo. Dong. In just a moment, Marco forcefully attacked, the strongest strike, with the most terrifying destructive force, almost in an instant. Enigmo collapsed. Die. Marco's powerful blow contained terrifying power, instantly shattering the struggling Enigmo.